Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing well. For those who follow on the stream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my several TikToks under AbeCS895, tonight we got Spiritual Encrypted Encounters Open Mic Night. Open Mic Night, where the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, the viewers, can jump in and share a story or something that they're experience that they're going through or have been through. That's what we're going to do here tonight. Also, I would like to share this live feed to the groups that allow me to share on Facebook. And that's what I'm going to do right now. Share it to those groups. I'll share it out. How you doing, brother Joel Burgers? How you doing? How you doing, sister Belia Hernandez? How are you doing tonight? Tonight is open mic night for the members here of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And I do have a surprise for you. I have something, I created a short reel for the members, and we can look at the picture because I got the picture also. Something that I captured when I did an early morning live. And what's crazy about this capture is because it's in the open field. There is no trees or nothing like that. And when I call them DDN, this images that I capture, I call them DDN, which stands for disembodied demonic Nephilim, in which most people might view them as a shadow spirit, or disembodied spirit, shadow spirit, unclean spirit, you name it. But when they manifest, that's what it looks like a shadow of sort, right? So I created a short reel for tonight. Uh, as y'all know, I have been on vacation. Did an hour video, I believe, yesterday, real quick. I wasn't feeling too well, but here I am. I'm wide awake. I decided to do an early morning live. So I'm in an early evening live, and it's open mic night here tonight. Yes, I am doing well, brother. I'm doing very well. In spite of the people that target me, that continue to target me, I think last night I said, "Hey, just leave me alone. Stop messing with me." And this fella wakes up and writes all kinds of stuff, takes screenshots of my videos, and try to make it seem like I'm the bad person. When the only thing I'm asking is for him to stop the BS that he's doing. So putting up with that kind of crap from a loser, a deadbeat dad. I mean, it's just been trolling me for about over 5 years now. It's been a while, you know. 5 years of nothing but bull crap coming out of that guy. I'm going to keep my promise of what I said I was going to do. Just a matter of time. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep my promise. I warned them. You don't want to listen. You're going to learn like everybody else. You're going to learn the hard way. How you doing, brother Josh Turner? We got open mic night tonight, brother. I do got a crazy photo that I wanted to share, a short reel I created for the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. But I will place uh, this open mic night tonight. You know, yeah, I remember I used to go solo all the time before. Uh, and of course I've been doing daily prayers for cousin Jesse for what he's going through. He's going through a lot. But I know he can. I know he can overcome all that. It's within him to overcome whatever he's going through. Uh, you just got to set in his mind and focus and relax. Don't be impatient. Just go with the flow of things, and everything will be okay. Yes. So this other individual, man, he don't stop. He he continues to put me out there. He don't. I don't know, man. All I know is that if we ever cross paths, I'm gonna leave it up to God at that point in time, and whatever happens, happens. Uh, he continues to mess with people, trying to give people a bad reputation. He comes in here. I don't follow the guy. You know, I don't go into his channel or nothing. Uh, I just stay here in spiritual encrypted and kind of trying to do my works, and he keeps on coming disrespectfully. And there's certain people's names that showed up yesterday that took screenshots of my video every time I said something, in which it was, I believe, someone from their camp coming here with fake profiles. I've seen the names, I just haven't uh, gone there and blocked them. If they surface up here tonight, I remember some of the names that came in around the time frame. You will get blocked from here, from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, because you took the screenshots. You're infiltrating. I'll send you on your merry way. I don't need you here. For those that are affiliated with Dirty Ike's camp, I don't need you here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm just saying. I haven't gotten up to it today to because he took a lot of screenshots with his fake profiles that he has. No, this guy, man, uh, he's not a man, because he don't even pay child support. You can't call him a dad. He's a deadbeat, you know. But right now I can talk about anything. It's open mic night, you know. Uh, I've given him the platform here before, also, to come here and debate me, so we can settle this here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. He don't want to, because he loves to mess with people. That's what he does. He loves to give people a reputation, and he especially loves to mess with women and talk bad about women. That's why I dislike the guy. Yeah, childish behavior, and as you know, he's got issues, man. Uh, that's why he's in trouble with the law. It's just a matter of time that things going to come down on him. When it comes down on him, you know, karma's like the saying goes, karma's a bitch. All right, brother Joel. You know, no, I was thinking about even taking a longer break. Since cousin Jesse, what he's going through. But you know how the saying goes, the show must go on. You know, Same thing happened when I had cousin Victor on here for a little bit with me. I lost cousin Victor during the COVID. Me and him were doing lives. I was doing lives on his little group that he had, spiritual group, Christian group, and he was doing lives with me here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And I remember when he called me one day and he told me, "Hey, cousin, I'm not feeling good. I'm going to the hospital." Next thing you know, he calls me from the hospital and he told me, "Cousin, I don't think I'm going to make it." And that was it. Following day, he's gone, you know. So I know how it is to lose somebody in certain situations, but I know that the power of prayer is good. The power of prayer is strong. Uh, so I continue to pray for cousin Jesse to for him for him to continue to place Jesus Christ first, and He will heal him and protect him spiritually. He will heal him from whatever he's going through. You know. I do have all the times that he messed with me, and I got tons and tons and tons. I'm more sure that brother Josh Turner has tons of things how he's messed with him. I have tons of evidence that I got all the fake profile names that has come at me that I blocked here on Restream. I've got tons of them that I blocked on StreamYard, and many of them that I blocked on my YouTube channel. Yeah, this guy has nothing else, but he has nothing to offer to the cryptic community, paranormal community. He's just a waste of time. His videos, and he tries to use AI to make him look like he's somebody important. You know, he has done nothing relevant in his life to be any kind of relevancy anywhere. Uh, I done served my country for 10 years. My first year in the military, I went up going to combat. My first year in the army, I went up in Operation Desert Storm. So I became a combat veteran my first year in the military. So you with this all this AI crap that you put on there, like you're somebody relevant, you're a nobody, man. Especially when you continue to mess with a combat veteran. I'm a veteran, disabled veteran, combat veteran, and you continue to mess with a combat veteran, somebody that protected your ass in combat to give you the freedoms and the freedoms that you want, you're not taking, like the freedoms of working. You're not taking the freedoms of work because you don't want to work. I fought for a lot of freedoms. The only thing you want to do is mess with people, you know, and that's a no go in my eyes. And every time you place my name out there, you just digging yourself a deeper hole, man. That's all I'm saying. No, brother Judge, those people that say they think he's a victim, those people are aligned with him. They're affiliated with him. They know the game plan, and the game plan is what they've been doing for all along is trying to mess with people, just like Dana Ortega. I got the screenshot where she said I had fun using the Damon Peterson account. We should do it again. This is after they messed with me and Sister Bettina Moss. So there's people. That's all they do is, it's all fun and games till somebody gets hurt. Right? It's all fun and games till somebody gets hurt. And the way I see it, that's the way it's going. Somebody's going to get seriously injured, man. That's all I can say. Somebody's going to get severely injured or just disappear, like the 401 missing cases. And maybe a UFO is going to zap them and take them somewhere else. It's like, oh, here's a troublemaker. Let's zap them and let's take them to a different universe. That's where this is going. Is not going to be pretty. But I just leave it up to the Heavenly Father, because it's just a matter of time before everything catches up with them. For all the wrongs that they've done to people, is going to catch up, and it's going to be too late for them. Yeah, he's always saying that everybody's. I mean, golly, man, if you continue to mess with people, you go poke a bear with a stick, and you keep on poking a bear with a stick. Eventually, the bear is going to bite the hell out of you, try to take your head off, or the hand you're poking it with. Right? That's what's going to happen. That's what you do, Mike. That's what you do. Mess with people continuously. Just nobody's done nothing to you. Nobody's done nothing to you, and you're crying like the bitch that you are. You keep on crying that you're a victim, but you're the one that continues to provoke people. I told you yesterday, if you leave me alone, I won't say nothing about you no more. What'd you go off and do in the morning? You were in here with fake profiles, taking screenshots, and created other shit about me, saying that, trying to pretend you're a victim of something that I'm threatening you. I'm just telling you to cut your crap, right? Just leave me alone. That's all I've been telling you for about 5 years, and continue to do it. I'm telling you, I hope to God we don't cross paths, because if we do, I will not be held responsible for my actions. And it's all because of you. You want it, you're going to get it. Why? I just want to know one thing. I'm a combat veteran. Say combat veterans have PTSD. Combat veterans done took people out on the front lines, right? The enemy. And I'm not talking about taking them out to lunch. I'm talking about getting rid of them from the face of the earth, right? What in your right mind will make you decide, let's continue to fuck with Sergeant Cias, with Brother Abe, knowing that I'm a combat veteran in the front lines? Huh? Do you think it's funny? Do you think nothing's going to happen to you? I just traveled across the United States, and I'm talking to whichever personality that you choose to take, whatever fake profile. I traveled across the country to go visit my brother in arms. You live very nearby me, Stephen Michael McGee. Just hope to God that PTSD don't kick in. Huh? You don't live that far away from me. If I were to tell you I know exactly where you live, and you continue to mess with me, but I'll leave it up to God, because I can't say nothing bad to you. I gotta treat you like a little kid. It's okay, Mike. It's okay, Mikey. You can mess with anybody you want to. Nobody's gonna do nothing to you. Go ahead, keep on messing with people. Keep on messing with people and be the little evil Mikey that you are. Keep on messing with people. Nothing's going to happen to you. Hmm. You just don't know. Michael, Mikey, Damon Peterson, Chicken Cleghorn, John Smith, and all the other fake profiles that you use to contact me. You just don't know what's in store for you. That's all I can tell you. I already know one thing that's in store for you, in which I really don't want to mess with you, honestly, because you ain't worth my time, is the part of you going to prison. I rather see that than dirty my hands with a douchebag like you, man. I want to see everything happen. Just looking at the sidelines, as you continue to put my name out there, I'm going to continue to make my videos, and it is not giving you a bad reputation. I'm just speaking in truth, whether you like it or not. It's the truth, and I have a lot of receipts of you messing with me. Let me catch up to the comments, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I know that was Janice Blake, but he was there too. You know, yeah, I've been knowing about deranged Dana, that she was affiliated with them all along. As a matter of fact, I'm the ones that will keep on warning y'all. I don't think it's a good idea to have a peace treaty with Mike, because he's not going to go with it. Well, Paranormal Roundtable supposedly had a peace treaty with him. He kept on messing with me. And then I remember there was like, hey, why are you messing with him? And we have a peace treaty going on. Well, if we have a peace treaty with him, then why? Well, we're supposed to be in a truce, right? And the truth means there's peace and nobody's fighting, nobody's messing with nobody. But he kept on coming after me. So what I'm going to do? Just not say nothing, not do nothing about it? No, I kept on fighting the good fight because I knew that he was full of crap. And that the peace treaty that Paranormal Roundtable had with him backfired, right? Because he showed his true colors, that he was still playing games. Yeah, he's a sick fat bastard. Yeah, I say to Michael, "You're a fat bastard," and I'm not lying. You're a fat fuck. I'm not lying about that. You're a fat fuck, a fat bastard, all bent out of shape, all bent out of shape, trying to mess with Sarncias. That's right, brother Josh Turner. His mama taught him he could do whatever he wants. He was like, "Mama, uh, I'm thirsty. I need my milk for the night." You know what happened after that? Because his mama said he can do whatever he wants. I still don't see how. I mean, not to be disrespectful or anything, but I don't know what anybody sees in this guy. he's a. I'm gonna be straight up, man. You know, he's a ugly son of a bitch, man. He's an ugly bastard. The woman that got involved with him must have been drunk, must have been lit up like a Christmas tree, not to see his true identity, man. That's one ugly bastard. Excuse me, but right now Sergeant CS is here. It is open mic night. He's one ugly person, man. I have a picture of him where I believe he's on freaking meth. The way meth or on coke, the way his teeth are or crooked, the way he's looking. Yeah, I have a picture of him. He looks like he's on some shit. There's so many different uh, pictures that I got of him that I just took a quick screenshot because I could tell he was on something. No wonder he was desperate selling little ducks for $20. He's trying to get that high. Well, I think that I know why those people are with him because they could consider themselves hillbillies or rednecks, right? Uh, you want to call them part of the cult or part of the KKK. You know, that's what it boils down to. Some of these people that are with them, they consider themselves rednecks or hillbillies, and look at my color. I'm not their color, so of course they're going to stick by him. We know that the the native nation is not standing by him because he ain't native, but the hillbillies and rednecks are standing by him. That's what it becomes. It becomes the things of racist this, racist that, blah blah blah. Oh, they're targeting me. They're targeting me. But it's him that's been messing with me for a long time. You know. Yeah, he looks like like a troll, man, like a real nasty, ugly troll. He looks like a person with a lack of personal hygiene. He doesn't know what a toothbrush is. He doesn't know what a bar of soap is. Uh, he might not even know what toilet paper is. He looks like a what is that? The creature's name? Not a troll. What is it? An or a gore or something like that? Yeah, he did say a lot of racist. Him and Janice Blake, and Dana Ortega with the fake accounts when they were trolling everybody. They said a lot of racist remarks and stuff like that. I think it's called a gore or ogre, something like that. Yeah, go ogre, OGRE. I I can show you all the things. What I'm gonna do because I don't want to. I can bring all the stuff that how this is started, but I'm not gonna do that here tonight. I will make it short. I will copy all the things so y'all can see, but I will show you the picture of him when he looked like he was on crack. I will share that right now. Couple of pictures of him. How this fool looks. I told you, Dirty Ike, don't be putting. Don't, leave me alone. You continued, so here we go. You wanna let's spin the wheel and see where it lands with Dirty Ike. So here we go. Check out this picture, guys, and you tell me. I've seen people that are on drugs. I've witnessed them all throughout the before the military, during the military, and after the military. I'm gonna show a picture of him where you could tell he's high on some shit. Right. So when he's asking people for $20 here, $20 there, is so he can get his high. So I'm gonna share a picture with y'all. Here we go. Here you go. There you go, brothers and sisters. Here you go. You know how he does those AI things? He tries to make himself relevant, like he's somebody important. That's right here. That's his true self. That's Dirty Ike. Look at his teeth. Look at his teeth. How he's got them all freaking crooked. It's because he's tweaking there. He's high as a kite. As high as a kite. Look at his teeth. How he's grinding them. Yeah. So when you hear him talking about $20 ducks, barbecue, hot barbecue sauce for $49.99, well, it's because he's trying to get his next high. But look at that. As high as a kite. I was trying to be the nice guy here, right? All I was asking is for him to leave me alone. But he continues. There you go. I'm showing the evidence. This picture is not AI. This picture is Stephen Michael, the true Stephen Michael, not this fake shit from the AI. That's the real him, and he's high as a freaking kite. So if there's anybody of his people that are here, this is who you're supporting. This deadbeat dad that the only reason he wants money is to get his next high. He's high as a mother freaking kite on this freaking picture. There you go, Dirty Ike. You wanted evidence? You wanted proof? Well, here he is. There's your proof. High as a kite during your freaking videos. Looking like a shitbag. If you was in the military, you will have numerous Article 15s, and you'll be on shit detail. You piece of shit. Joe Burgess, would he last in your? Would he be lasting in your military? I know he wouldn't be in my military when I was in the army. There you go. There you go. Teeth are crooked. Mouth is twisted. His size as a kite. He's seeing rubber duckies in the clouds. I don't know. You know, this dude's got some mental issues, man. So I'm dropping another link here. If anybody wants to jump on and roast this fool, you're more than welcome because I really don't give a shit about this guy. He done touched my last button this morning when I woke up and I seen what he did. So here I am roasting this fool. But if somebody wants to come in and stop me from roasting this fool, you're more than welcome. If you got something to share, an encounter or something, because I have a short reel I want to show y'all. I'm just showing you this picture of this guy where he's high as a kite. And there's another picture I got where you could look like he's demonized, where his eyes are rolled back white. There you go. Jamal Burgess. He said he would not make it in the British Army. You want to see another picture of this piece of crap? I was just showing you the most relevant one where his high as a kite. You want to see one where he needs a high and he's where he needs a high, and let me get it. I'll get it for y'all. So right here, his high, he's tweaking. He's having a good time, right? Because he's got the drugs in the system. He's feeling happy, right? Yes, brother Ray Griffith, you're correct. So here we go. Let me share the one where he's not so happy. He's not so happy in this next photo that I'm fixing to share because he don't have anything in the system and he feels miserable because he's not tweaking, right? So check out this photo. There you go. There you go. He ran into a bad batch of drugs, and look at him. He's gripping on this one. Look at his face. Look at his lips all cut up from the meth, right? Look at his face. He's gripping on this picture. He's like, fuck, I better sell a rubber ducky on this one. If I don't sell a rubber ducky, man, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I need to get a high. I need to get happy. He's gripping on this picture. That's right, Juan Avila. He's coming down. He says that there's no proof on anything. Well, I'm showing you the proof. The proof is all in your videos. Just like you claim there's proof of me messing with you. Well, there's proof just by looking at your face, right? How nasty you looking you are, first of all, but proof that you're in a high tweaking where you're doing live, and then you're having a low on this one where you're coming off the high and you're gripping. If there's somebody that's affiliated with the courts, well, there you go. You can get this, submit this picture as evidence of him tweaking, and this one is coming off a low. The one where he was tweaking, I believe in that picture, his son was still living with him. So I don't know what is it that you found at his home, but he was tweaking. So yes, I'm glad that you removed his son away from him. There's also brother Ray. There you go. You asked for this, Dirty Ike. I told you last night. Leave me alone. You won't hear me mention your name ever again. What'd you do? You mess with me, right? So I'm gonna mess with you tonight because I got another picture to share. Here we go, folks. So you're ready for this one? Check out this one. This one is the lying Mike. Lying Mike. He can't. He can't look in the camera. I notice when he lies or he's gonna come up with some bullshit, he closes his eyes or looks to the right. But check this out. There's lying Mike thinking of what line he's gonna say with his jacked up teeth right here. Because you can see his skin tag there and his face is all jacked up. Lack of personal. He probably got skin tags all around his neck. There you go, lying Mike, thinking what line he's gonna come up with. Look at his teeth all jacked up. How you doing, sis? How you doing? There he is. But I got one that stands up from all of them. You know, I don't. I don't know what happened there, brothers and sisters. Okay, there we go. Let's do it like this. He wanted me to give him attention. I'll give him attention. That's a good picture to scare the rats. I got one that's even scarier than that of Dirty Ike. Here we go. Wait up one moment, Scott Baker. I think I see you there. Wait one moment. Let me share another picture of this guy, and I'll bring you on. Yeah, that's the only shirt I think he only has. My sister says, "Que feo hombre." What an ugly man. Looking at the comments real quick, brothers and sisters. Wait, one. I gotta handle some business before I continue with this. I got rid of two people just now that I believe that it's him coming here with fake accounts. So here's another picture, y'all. A dirty Ike. This is where I think he's got more than the issue of the drugs, where I believe he's demonized on this picture. Here we go. There we go. Dirty Ike demonized. High on some stuff. I don't know if he's playing with the corn, if you know what I mean, or if he's being demonized by something. You see his eyes roll back white. I don't know if he's thinking about Dirty Dana, if he's thinking about Jessica the Hippo. I don't know what he's thinking about there, but he looks demonized in this photo. Look how he looks. He said that my channel only produces bad things. Well, he said he wanted me to produce proof of the allegations that he does drugs or something. I mean, I don't know what the hell he was on here. He was on some shit. Look at his eyes. His eyes are rolled back wide. I don't know what's going on. If he's high on drugs or he's playing with the corn on the cob, and he's on cloud 9 or cloud 10, wherever the corn on the cob has him. Something's up with him in this picture. I don't know if there's a roach in his eardrums, or go up his nose and scramble his brain. You know, that's in charge of the roach queen, Michelle. Something's up with him in this photo. And come on, guys, y'all seen photos, but look at this photo. Something's really messed up with this guy here in this photo. I don't know which troll account is here. I don't know if this is Damon Peterson on this one. I mean, it could have been Damon Peterson trying to come out, but you know, Damon really means demon. Demon Peterson coming out of him. I don't know. Anybody got any suggestions? What's going on here with him? If anybody got any suggestions of what might be going here, can you say what you think is happening to him here in this photo? Let me bring Scott Baker in. He's been waiting for a while. Sorry about that, Scott. I'm just having some fun here, man. I told this guy last night just to leave me alone so I can continue to do my show. I woke up this morning to something that he two screenshots of my video from last night that it was only an hour, and he put all kinds of stuff. So here I am, uh, put him out there on blast today. Now, got a lot of things happening over here. Mike, yes, right, Sister Joanne. He looks possessed. What do you think about that, Scott Baker? The way he looks in this photo. If you can hear me, I don't know.
Yeah. Can you hear? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
He's probably just a troll. Needs attention, and you know, there's so many of those out there. Because they're all working for Satan. They want to just disguise and muddle things and get you off balance. And I mean, look at this. Look at his Satan's tactics. You know, this is a battle going on.
Juan Avila says sitting on a cob. They literally sitting on a corner cob. Somebody said he sat on a tack. He sat on the corner of the cob the long way. Oh my God. Somebody said I've seen people on a lot of drugs. Never seen that before. LOL. Yeah, he says, "Show me the proof. Show me the why you do this. Why you say that." Well, I'm showing them why. I mean, I raised my son by myself. I didn't ask help for nobody. I raised him by myself. My son's 23 now, and he's got a good job. He's working. You know, and this guy couldn't even take care of his son. And he wants to be called a dad when his wife or his ex is taking care of the son for the last 3 years. In October it'll be 3 years, and she's doing the job of a mother and father. But this guy just keeps on targeting me. Like he's been doing this for about 5 years, brother Scott. And it's like, come on,
Yeah.
man, just find yourself a job, work 2 or 3 jobs, and at least pay some child support to your son. But he continues. It's not a never ending story. If he's not talking about me, he's talking about Sister Madeline. He likes going after females. I dislike men going after females. And talking very ugly about them. I dislike that. For us, we have our mothers that we love, and we don't disrespect our mothers that way. So if I wasn't raised to just stand on the sideline and see somebody disrespecting a woman, I do nothing about it. I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to do something about it. That's why I'm doing this right now, because I think is this guy has some serious issues, but all in a matter of time, everything will be. Anyways, let me take this guy off of here. There you go, dirty Ike. That's the attention you wanted. You got it. And laters. Let me look at the comments here. Yeah, spiritual warfare is very real. I had an encounter up there, brother Scott, in the sky, because I went on a trip this weekend. I left on the third. I was supposed to leave on the third early in the morning, but there was a mishap. The mishap was my wife lost her purse at the airport. We were supposed to fly at 7:30. We got there in time and everything. By the time we find somebody turning the purse, and we went to turn in the luggage, they couldn't accept the luggage, and they said they could put us on two different flights. But my wife have never flown, So I told them we'll just wait for the next one because they said they had one at 7:30. They just didn't tell me it was a 7:30 at night. So we stayed at the airport in Austin all Thursday day from the morning all the way till 7:30 or yeah 7:30. Then there was a delay, then another delay. The last delay was doing something with the air that wasn't working in the plane. So they had like three delays. So by the time we left there, it was like 10:30, and I was like, I know this is very unusual. This doesn't seem right at all of everything that I've been going through all day. I was getting discouraged on not going on the flight. But then I says, it's something. All this is happening for a reason. It's got to be a reason behind all this. So there I am up there in the plane. My wife is sitting beside me. Uh, it was Alaskan. We traveled on Alaskan Airlines, and I'm sitting there, and I see this woman standing in the middle. The only passageway there is, and she's looking at me real ugly, and she's saying something that I'm not understand what she's saying. Then I said, well, maybe she's talking a different language. Then I keep on seeing her standing up there, and I said, well, maybe she's just stretching out. Then as we were flying, kind of dozed off for a little bit. When I opened my eyes, it's like she was closer to where I was, and just staring at me real ugly. There was a guy behind me in the back in the seat behind me, and she kept on telling that guy, let's get him now, let's get him now, right? So I'm seeing this, and I'm just not trying to, I'm trying to go on a vacation, right? And here I am up in the air. There's When she's telling him to get him now, and she's looking at me real ugly. I said, okay, this is enough now. You done show me who you are, because what she was doing when she was saying let's get him now, she started chanting something, and she kept on moving her legs like a C with the left and the C to the right on the ground. When that was happening, we started hearing banging underneath her seats. The guy that was sitting beside me woke up like, what the hell is that? Because you could hear pounding underneath the seat, right? Like something was hitting. So I went into prayer. I started praying the Our Father. I said, Our Father. So she could hear me. I started praying the Our Father. And I mean, the deliverance prayer, the Our Father who art in heaven. And she kept on telling the guy behind me, you hear what he's saying? You hear what he's saying? She didn't like the Our Father. So as I finished praying the Our Father, I looked at her and I say, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. And when I prayed for, she's trying to do witchcraft, whatever, to go back to the sender. When I said that like two or three times, she sat her ass down. Excuse my French. She sat down, never got back up, and kept on looking the other way. She never looked at me again. When I did that, I could see something fly out of her. This unclean spirits, like dark unclean spirits, fly out of her, and I seen them going along the where you put the carry-ons. You could see something black going towards the front of the plane. But that's the encounter I had up in the air. When we're talking about spiritual warfare, spiritual battles, that's one of the battles. The first time that I've encountered a witch, right, or somebody that's practicing the dark arts in an airplane. I mean, I guess they do cover all elements, right? She was in the plane. It was a spiritual battle that happened, and when that happened up there in the air, what was happening here in the ground in Texas is all the flooding that happened in Texas. But I was able to overcome that witch that I faced up there in the sky, you could say. But
Yeah,
anyways,
that's a great witnessing, because I think people, they're hitting when they're hearing, you know, from the horse's mouth, no pun intended, kind of thing. But, people are like listening to these stories that you're saying, and, you're filling them with, a greater faith. You're kind of like, you're preaching, with these stories. I feel like you're preaching, bringing these stories into light. And because, you go to churches and stuff, and they never talk about this, right? They never talk about the dark side and stuff. So, you're actually, you're preaching, the hidden things, and which is a great service for this channel. Don't you think?
yes, brother. It's just, I was staying, even though all the things were going not the right way. At one point in time, I was telling my wife, just cancel it, and I just won't be able to make it. But then something told me, just go. Even if you show up for a day and a half, at least you're there. So I said, okay, we're still going. Regardless. But then later on during the evening before I got on the plane, I had said to myself, everything's happening for a reason. There's a reason that this is happening. And then when I thought we were going to fly, I was already happy because we're getting the flight. There was an hour delay till 8:30. There was another hour delay till 9:30. And then they said at 9:30 we have problems with the airplane, something with the air, blah blah blah. So we didn't get on that airplane till like around on it till like around 10:30. But we still went, and then that happened up there in the air. I believe the Heavenly Father knows that He's got to put His, this is a spiritual warfare, so He's got to put His people in place. I believe He chose me at that point in time. You know, from all the delays, it's because it had to happen that way. It was something that was meant to happen. The confrontation, the spiritual confrontation that happened up there was meant to be. So I had to do what I had to do. Follow my
Yeah,
spiritual
yeah,
instincts and fight spiritually against whatever she's trying to do. I believe that what I witnessed that she might have had to do something what was happening here in Texas. And if I wouldn't have faced her up there when I did face her, it could have been worse. She was, I think she was using the elements up there of the air, in which the air, the clouds is dealing with the weather. That she was tampering, doing something with the weather uh, for things to happen that nature.
yeah. I was thinking like, well, what am I going to talk to Abe about? Because I haven't seen you like in a week or whatever. So, I was kind of hesitant to come on the show, tonight. But, I was like sitting here thinking like, well, I had some stories, I always have stories to talk about, but I was thinking like, well, how do these stories develop? And this is actually, this dovetails exactly what you're talking about tonight. Now, I don't know if this is the Lord's doing, we don't know, because, God moves in mysterious ways, right? So here's a word I wanted the listeners, because I went on to Google to find out what this word is, because I'm not too sure about what this word means, but the word is titled synchronicity. So I'm just going to give a brief description of what this means. It says events often feel like they happen for reason, as if they were part of a larger pattern. Okay, so it's kind of like that's exactly what you're talking about, bringing that this story up about and also I got a couple of stories relating to that it's kind of I mean, I feel like your story is like like this thing I read, it says part of a larger pattern. Well, what is that? Pattern. Usually, when you look at Google, they never bring God into the picture. They never bring Jesus Christ. It's like academia. That word is banned in academia, total, 100%. So, it's kind of ironic, or synchronicity, right? That I got a couple stories I'd like to share tonight. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and you know what's weird about that, brother? The name of the camp, one of the name of the camp that stood out the most. I fought the witch up there in the air. Was I believe one of the camps where there was a lot of flooding, where a lot of children got swept away. I know some survived, but it was called Mystic. Mystic.
Yeah. Yep.
Which Mystic has to do.
That has something to do
with that, right?
Yep. There's a connection there.
Yeah.
And it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. But I just wanted to share a couple of these. In case somebody else comes on, or this sort of thing. But synchronicity, as I mentioned, here's a couple of stories that in the summer of 1975, I was living in Pennsylvania, and there was a freighter, the largest freighter made. It was called the Edmund Fitzgerald that sank in the Lake Superior in 1975 of November. And Gordon Lightfoot, he made a song about it. And but let me tell you the story. So this was the summer. I would say it was like late summer, July or August. So I went down fishing, and Erie, Pennsylvania has a bay, and generally the ships come in to dock to get sand and salt, rock salt, and rocks or whatever, different material for cement or whatever that they're hauling. Because these ore ships, they carry iron ore and all kinds of stuff. But this was the largest ship in its fleet back in 1975 or whatever they built a machine. And so I went down. There's the front of the ship, stern, and the rear of the ship is called, or I'm sorry, the front of the ship is the bow, and the rear part is called the stern. So I was the ship was docked down there, and I went down there fishing, and I happened to look up, and I saw Edmund Fitzgerald on the stern. All right, so I never thought anything about it, and but why would I look up, and I mean, again, I'm bringing this synchronicity into play here, meaning like who's why would I just glance up at it, look at it, but remember the wording of that. And I think I saw something like Gerald Fitz, or Fitzgerald or something, not Edmund, but because it's a long word going around the stern. So come to find out, late summer, the ship went to Cleveland, Ohio, and through the locks of the different lakes, but the ship ended up sinking. There was a hurricane in Lake Superior, and the ship sunk in November of the same year. So I thought that's really strange, because I saw that ship before it went down. Like, what's the significance, or of that? Meaning like, is there some kind of, like what I read about what does synchronicity mean? Like, it's a part of a bigger pattern, meaning like something tragic is going to happen. Take a look at the ship, So that's pretty crazy, huh?
Yes, sir.
It's weird, And
so Brenda, the link is there, or whoever wants to join and share their input on what we're talking about. You're more than welcome to join the panel. There's plenty of room here. Yeah, that's how things happen sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the right, we say, well, we're in the right place at the right time. But it's like when you look at this spiritually, which I do, like, because I know, I've had a lot of epiphanies and different things happen to me. So I look at, the whole world and, people's, like your show and, these situations that we're experiencing. I mean, I can 100% relate to it where, somebody that's secular, it would go one ear and out the other. And so, you have to be a little, um, you know, I think God calls us. God calls us to say, "Hey, take a look at this a little closer. I'll bring, if you pay attention to me, I'll bring, I'll enlighten you or teach you my way, of this different walk that you never walked before." So,
Yes.
I think it's scary, but it's really it's an honor. It's an honor to, like, be a part of this, bigger, like it says, this, what I printed out or what I wrote down, bigger of a larger pattern of what's going on, synchronicity. So, that's pretty cool, so I thought, if anybody else would chime in about synchronicity or, write, some comments down, or come on the show too,
There's Sister Brenda right there. She said she had some info. She was looking into things. How you doing, Sister Brenda?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Alrighty.
So, that Camp Mystic, come to find out, all the Elite's kids go there for the summer. It's $45,000 a month per child. The Bush's kids were down there, Clinton's, all of them. And then I found out that a land company, offered the people who own that property $175 million for that property because it sits also on land that produces the lithium, the all that stuff. But the people who own the property, their family has been fighting for a couple of years over that property and the money. So I'm not gonna call a spade, but it just seems a little too convenient that you know things happened the way they did, considering.
Yeah, that area looks like just what happened to Asheville, North Carolina, like a
Yep.
hurricane. Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, you're talking, if you showed those pictures, of Kerr and compare it to Asheville, identical,
Yep.
100%,
And,
identical.
and
So it's like,
it's the same
yeah,
exact stuff that sits
yeah,
underneath that property, that land too.
yeah. I'm glad you're sharing that. I never knew that. I haven't really looked too much into it, but I did see that word mystic, and that did,
Yeah.
kind of like make my eyebrows go up.
And I guess it was in 87, the
Same
same
thing happened.
thing. Yeah, it was the same thing that happened. Only it wasn't the girls being swept away out of the cabins. They were on a bus, and the bus tried to get over the water, and it sunk. And quite a few of
Took the
them, yeah, took the bus. Yep. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
And even the public officials, they're not coming out to say what the true, amount of people or whatever that too. So that's very suspicious. Government public officials, they're not disclosing, the truth either. So that's really suspicious too. So
Yeah. One of them, Joanna, the property is split with certain family members, I guess, after the uh, main person died, and they've been fighting. And one of them died trying to save the kids, huh? Huh. I wonder if he was the one that was fighting not to sell the property.
Wow. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. A lot of interesting points. You know, this
Yeah.
is deeper. Maybe what you're bringing up is, you know, I never thought of that, but it's, you know, everybody has, you know, a piece of the puzzle that they're sharing, you know, through the internet, you know, and you know, I think God is using, you know, he uses people, you know, to bring, you know, this truth out, and whatever way he seems fit, you know, to do
Yeah.
it. It's, yeah, you're bringing up a lot of good points. I never, you know, I appreciate that a lot.
And I mean, it's what's really bad is if it is a land grab, nobody cares who gets hurt in the process. You know, it's almost like we're nothing but casualty to them. They don't care, and it's really sad.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah. And, you know, just, you know, not to get into politics, but, you know, a lot of poor people, you know, are going to be hurt by this, you know, taxation on Medicare and, you know, Medicaid, because their you know, benefits are going to be cut. And it's like, you know, a lot of these people are just on, you know, on just Social Security, and you
That
know,
would
they're
be
hardly
me.
making it, you know,
Yeah, that
so
would be me. But I'll tell you, I dug into that too,
it's going to be
and
real rough, and that
it's
comes.
not. Yeah, I don't have to worry about it. What it is they're going to go through, and if you're not retired military or don't have an actual physical problem that keeps you from working, then they're going to start making people look for jobs and all that stuff. And as far as the Medicaid is concerned, I've already got a letter on that too. Mine actually isn't going to change, other than the fact that now they're starting to, my Medicaid is starting to accept some of the prescriptions, so I don't have to pay for them anymore. So that's actually gotten better.
Mhm.
I really think you got to be really careful with the information that you get from what's happening with Trump, because there are so many people that have got things so twisted, and the stuff they're putting out is horrendous. Like my daughter turned around and said, "Oh, mom, when you lose your SSI, because that's what's going to happen." But yet I get a letter and I'm going to get a raise. So you just got to be careful. You know, you got people
Well,
that
it's
go. I mean, you got people that are 30 years old sitting in their mom's basement playing video games, and they can't get a job because, well, they got a mental disability. But I, my thoughts on that is so horrible. It's like I'm sorry, 30-year-old, get out of my basement and go get a job and pay some bills. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Sounds
But
like somebody we know from Oklahoma.
yeah, there's a lot of people that milk the system when they shouldn't, because it makes people like me suffer. People like Jesse suffer. You know, people like Abe suffer because people will milk that system, you know, period. And it's ridiculous that it has to be this way, but you know, it's it is what it is, and all we can do is sit back and watch the wheels turn and wait and see what happens next, you know. So,
no,
but yeah,
well, yeah, it's just a wait and see. But, you know, I heard they're cutting $1 trillion out of this program. So, you know,
yeah.
eventually, you know, $1 trillion is going to trickle down, and where's it? You know, it's going to the poor people. They're going to get hit. You know,
Well,
I mean,
I do
that,
know that I have a friend that works for Medicaid, and where Medicaid had a problem, and I'm going to say this, and I don't want to upset anybody, but I am just going to say this because I heard it from the horse's mouth. that $1 trillion is what's being taken away from all of the people that had illegal identification, stolen identification, and the illegals that were in this country that were getting Medicaid and SNAPs. And I'll tell you, I live off of $900 a month. I have Medicaid and I get food stamps. My food stamps got cut in half. And here I get a whole measly $200 a month when I'm standing behind a 25-year-old kid that didn't speak any English that had $5,000 on his card. Okay? I have to live off of $200 a month to feed myself.
But people are going to be
so
they're still going to get caught in the net. Yeah, but good people are still going to be caught in the net. You know, they're going to be caught in the net,
they'll fix
and then
it.
you try to.
They'll fix it.
Well, I don't know too much about it, but this is what I hear from a retired, Social Security PhD person that he's online, and I listen to what's day to day what's going on, and he's giving everybody all kinds of intel and help on how to solve these problems. So that's where I'm getting
I
information, but
mean,
not to go on with this topic too long, but it's going to be a wait and see, but it's going to hurt poor people. I really believe that.
Well, hopefully people don't have to be poor for very long. I mean, my geez, if it doesn't, I mean, yes, people are going to get caught up, but it'll get straightened out eventually. And the way I see it is, it can't get any worse than what it has been for the last 8-10 years. I mean, it was good for a little while, but I mean, something has to break. Things have been so off for so long. Something has got to get better. It has to.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, yeah. But so Abe, I heard what happened on your plane. And boy, let me tell you what, that'd have been me. I'd have been opening the door and jumping off, hoping for a parachute. Where did Abe go? I just looked up and he wasn't there. Uh-oh, did we lose Abe?
Maybe he took a break or something, But yeah, that story, and again, and getting back to the synchronicity, it's kind of those delays and all this. This was kind of a orchestrated situation that, again, he's online telling his story and giving people this, this information and getting them more, aware and intelligent about, when these veils are opening up, and more of these things are happening. We're going to be the teachers and the pastors and the people, to be able to calm our family members down and, other people, because, God's putting his army together to, because you have to put on the full body of armor. I mean, there's no doubt about, what's coming down the chute, and people like Abe, he's bringing out these, these stories and tying them all to the biblical scripture. And, some people don't believe it, but, a lot of people do. And, it's a good work that, all these experiences that we're able to share on the internet, hopefully, people and get people, to come closer to, to be a family on this stuff, because we're all in on this. We're all together on this stuff. No one's, it's, we're all subjected to all this, and we're all a human family. So, let's open up and let's tie our experiences together to grow stronger, because, in numbers, we win out, and, people in doubt, of Jesus Christ, people in doubt, you plant a seed, and
Yeah.
so.
Sister Brenda, I heard what you said. I had to go to the restroom. Yeah, I mean, the way I seen it was this, even though she was trying to, I guess they're, this witches or whatever, they're everywhere. They're within the elements, in the ocean, in the air, I guess, because I was in an airplane in the air.
Yeah.
The way I seen it is I'm closer to God being up in the air. So I was going to get assistance faster when I went into prayer. This is exactly what happened. She got pissed off because the thing she was doing wasn't intimidating me. The way she was looking at me real ugly when she was trying to transfer something towards my way, I wasn't accepting in it. I wasn't fearing her. I was just looking at her. So I got tired of what she was doing. And that's when I went into prayer. And that's when I started saying the Our Father. And when I started saying that, she kept on telling the person that was there with her, because she wasn't alone. And she was telling him, "Do you hear him? Do you hear him?" But before that, she was telling him, "Let's get him now. Let's get him now." But yeah,
You see,
all I know is after I tied binary rebuked her in Jesus Christ's name, she sat her ass down for the rest of the flight for about an hour and a half. She
wow.
never got up and she never looked my way after I tied binary rebuked in Jesus Christ's name.
See, I
So it was
don't
just
know.
spiritual warfare.
I don't fly well, and most of the time I have to be medicated to fly, and not with that over-the-counter stuff from the store. The doctor gives me stuff. I flew one time without it, and I was with my ex-husband, and we were going from Ohio to Phoenix. My mom had to have open heart surgery, and she wouldn't do it till I got there. So I get there, we land, and an ambulance picked us up, and it's probably a good thing because my ex-husband needed 16 stitches in his arm because they did not medicate me before I flew, and he had put his hand across me, and when he did, I caught his arm and I bit into him. I'm scared to death of planes. I mean, it's horrible. Panic attacks, the whole 9 yards. I probably would have, pushed her in her seat and duct tied her because I wouldn't have been able to handle that. I'd have been thinking, oh no, I need to open the door and get out of here. This woman's going to kill me.
Yeah, my wife seen her, and my wife thought that she was just stretching, but my wife fell asleep, so she didn't see everything else that happened up there in the. No, a lot of people were asleep when it happened, but sometimes when you go through something like that, it's between you and that individual.
Yeah.
So it's like a bubble, and it's just a spiritual battle.
Mm-mm-mm.
But it happened. But thank God, everything went well. I'm still here. Still went to go enjoy, my friend's wedding. No problems on the way back. Just stirred of all the things that happened along those rivers or creeks, rivers.
Well, those
New
things don't even
Braunfels
let
and the
those things.
Guadalupe,
Yeah.
even here in Georgetown, the St. Gabriel River
Yep.
has had the most water ever. Because every
Yeah.
time I would go to that river, it was dry. Even that river got water. So yeah.
I know everybody keeps messaging me, but where I live, my street is real low, but when you come up off of the main road, I'm above. Matter of fact, there's a big hill that goes down behind me, and there's a trailer park down there. But I sit high, so the only thing is it's raining, and because of my electric wheelchair, I can't go outside. So I'm kind of stuck in the house with all the rain.
Yeah.
Really stinks.
How you doing, Brother Wolf?
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
So a couple things here I wanted to touch on. So first and foremost, let's just I want to address the elephant in the room with you talked about at the beginning of the show, the dude from Oklahoma. I was interested to tune in and hear what you had to say about what happened with you up in the sky, and in the plane, because I've heard a lot of weird stuff that happens up in these planes. And it's important, you know, what you had to say. But unfortunately, we have to deal with this guy, you know, who just won't stop, won't, you know, just try. I mean, just will not stop. Just refuses to stop attacking people. You, me, the whole freaking community. I'm not going to go on a whole tangent here, but it just burns my ass, because then I have to do this with this guy too, because he just will not stop. And he's got these idiots. He's got morons who are actually, you know, not just these dummies that he's got that follows him around, like, you know, the usual suspects. He's got a few people that actually believe his bull crap, and who are prominent people in the community, or at least their families were. And so they're over there believing his bullshit, and you can't convince them otherwise, because this guy has lied to them and convinced them that he's the one being attacked and that he's being set up by, you know, whatever, this crazy crap that he spews about conspiracies and shit. So excuse my language, but yeah, that's just something I had to say, you know. And yeah, we did try to, at Bettina's behest, she had tried to, like, you know, broker a peace or whatever. So I went along with it tentatively. I did say, and now some people will say, well, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy if you say it's not going to work. I did say behind the scenes that I didn't think it was going to work, and it didn't. I did say that. And so I tried to not say that and be negative, but behind the scenes, everybody knows that knows me. I said, I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to give this guy a chance. A lot of things were uncovered about that guy. A lot of things. The late Cindy Fleming and Kurt Reed both told us that he was trying to find a witch's mound, a fairy circle that was on his property, and that he had lost it. And he was trying really hard. A couple people that were in his camp, you know, in that first part of the war, that kind of left him. They said the same thing. He was trying to get them to go out into the woods and do ceremonies. This is what they said. He was claiming that they were doing it, but they were saying that he was doing it. And now, knowing what we know about the guy, you know, he's not a Christian. You know, he's pretty much an atheist. And, you know, it's 100% in my book. You know, he can hide behind fake profiles all day long. It's going to come out eventually. And his time is short, just like the devil. He's got his season, and then it ends. And that's what I think about that. Now, that's all I'm going to say. The dude is warped. The people that follow him, they follow him at their own risk. His group got paused because it was getting reported, not just by us, but other people people were messaging us and saying, hey, we're reporting this guy because of the horrible things he was saying. And some of those people were in that group, and they were telling us this. And if you're listening, Skin Tag, I know you are, you fat little man. I know you're listening, dude. You walking 164th Cherokee Skin Tag. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you talk about people coming forward. There are a lot of people coming forward about you, dude. And there's a woman that lives over there by him, that even told us that you were doing some illegal stuff. The only reason you're getting away with it, or you got away with it, is because you're hiding behind that Cherokee card that you clutch like it's some freaking winning lottery ticket. But let me tell you something. Oh, dude. Yeah. A little bug-eyed dude. Yeah. This is hearsay though. Okay. Until it can be proven, it's hearsay. But yeah, it's completely about that. And this one was scared to death of him. I'll say this. Her name starts with a D. Yeah. Go ahead, dude. Say what you got to say, because she told us. There were several people on that call when she said that. She was like, I got to tell y'all something, blah, blah, blah. And so we had people listening. That woman claims that that's what he was doing. So yeah, he's not just a bad guy. He's done things. We know all this evil stuff that he has been accused of. Now we know what he's been accused of. And he tries to spin this narrative like I was involved in some grand conspiracy. Look, dude, I didn't even know about your other son when this whole thing went down. Like, he tries to tell people his son got kidnapped. No, the state of Oklahoma took him away because he was under investigation for doing things he shouldn't have been doing with his children. When all that went down, I had like no clue who his son was. I didn't even know Hunter existed. Okay. So this dude keeps on with that bullshit narrative, lying to people in the community, and nobody wants a truce with you, dude. Nobody wants peace with you. We just want you to go away, leave us alone. We don't care. You do what you got to do, man. All right. You just keep on attacking people and messing with people. The fact that he attacked the Hellbent Hollers fundraiser that they put together. He attacked Tex, and claiming that because Tex reached out to Nick Valenti. He's still claiming that I reached out to. I didn't do that, you stupid ass. It was Tex did that, and thank God he did. because it saved Nick Valencia from being embarrassed and going on your nasty show where only idiots go on that show. The people that go on your show are stupid. Run and tell them that I said that. They're stupid. And they're either naive or they're willfully ignorant. And that's what I'll say about that. They don't realize what they're doing, or they're actually willing participants. Now he's made a new group, and of course Cluffy, fat Cluffy, and old crazy demented old cop Larry. At least I can say this about Larry. Larry actually was a cop who was kicked off the force, from what I've been told. Other than that, he's a big old liar. But everything else he lies about. That's my opinion.
Was he ever in the Air Force?
Who, Mike?
No, Larry.
Oh, I don't know. He claims that. He claims he was a fighter pilot. He told us that he played for the Dallas Cowboys, said that he played for the Aggies, all these lies, dude. The dude never played. There was a guy that played for the Cowboys, but he's dead now. And he never started.
Was he a tight end or what?
There's a loose end. So anyway, those are the people that run over there like Dana Ortega. They run over there with their feet to go as fast as they can to go over there and jump in that group. So it's going to be a big shit show all over again. The other group got taken down, so he went and made another one. Still trying to pretend like he's Jack Smith or John Smith or whatever.
What guy took it down?
His group, that Truth Lies. I don't even know what is it called. I don't even know what it's called.
On Facebook.
Justice for Mike. He wants people to believe you're supposed to suspend reality. Okay, much like the people in charge of this world, they want you to suspend reality and believe that someone loves Mike enough to champion his cause and to go on there with a pseudonym, John Smith, and make all these wild ass claims, right? And support everything, all the lies that this guy tells while he sits back with fake profiles and claims he's not involved. Dude, who is that stupid, Mike? Ask yourself that. Who is that stupid? Who is going to believe that you're not John Smith? And then he's always like, prove it, because he wants people to go and spend thousands of dollars to try to prove, which eventually it's just going to have to happen. I mean, we're going to have to do it. So, to prove that this guy is these fake accounts. We know he's Damon Peterson. We know he started the whole war. I mean, we know who you are, Mike. Stop with this bullshit, man. Let me tell you something, folks. The reason that these people exist in this community is one reason: destruction. They are here to destroy. It says in the Bible. They're always liking to try to quote the Bible, even they don't believe in it. The devil comes to kill, steal, lie, and destroy. That's what he's doing. That's what he does. He's an agent of destruction. That's all he is. He's a childish, weird. You couldn't even fathom how warped his mind is, dude. In my opinion, any normal person look through his eyes for 5 minutes, they would go insane for the rest of their lives. Because that guy's mindset is just be thankful, each and every one of you, that you are not one of these people. You are not him. And damn sure be thankful that you are not them when you die or on Judgment Day. And it'll be too late. The shenanigans this guy pulls, there is no amount of talking or reasoning with this person that will do any bit of good. I have no wishes to ever communicate with this guy or to have anything to do with this dude ever again, because there's nothing you can do with him. Nothing. He's a rabid dog.
Is he in the Bigfoot paranormal community?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's all over it.
I know
people work with him.
See, I know a lot of people in that community, and I don't know him, which which is weird. I've never even seen his podcast.
He's got a bunch of fake accounts. Joe Doyle says it's over 1,000. I don't know if I can't confirm that.
Wow.
That's what Joe from Hellbent Holler seems to think. Bettina, when she first started doing the work, she said it was probably in the hundreds. I don't know, man. I don't really have time to sit there on a day-to-day basis and deal with this clown. My wife has a group called PRT News that can keeps tabs on all the crap that they're doing. Because they're so destructive. And they got this guy now, this idiot, who's a person that a lot of people in this community like. Unfortunately, he's an idiot. He's a damn idiot because he believes everything that guy says, lockstep with that guy. So you do have people that will follow this guy down that path of destruction. And I don't have time for him or the idiots that follow him or his fellow jackass troll nuts. I don't have time for those people. Joanne Hartnett, she calls them jackass troll nuts. That's what they are. There's nothing redeemable about them. Now, to get that out of the way, I want to say this to the guy that's there. Scott, is that your name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Scott, I don't know you, and you probably don't know me either. But I can say this: what you were saying about the bill, that the big beautiful bill, right? Where did you get your information from again?
Dr. Weir, he's retired Social Security, PhD,
Yeah.
X amount of years,
Yeah.
Dr. Weir, Weir. He's got a channel.
Okay. So on this channel, does he break it all down?
Yeah, he's really, to me, people are, commenting and messaging and doing online stuff. And, he's retired, but he's giving all his experience on, how to navigate Medicare, what's coming, Medicaid, Medicare. And then also he's got some contacts with people that, can help with financing, their portfolio, that kind of stuff. He doesn't do that, but he's mainly Social Security, everything that's related Social Security.
Yeah. So here's the thing: whether this guy's got contacts or he knows this person or he knows that person, the one thing that's important, and everybody needs to understand this: the guy that we were just talking about, this guy from Oklahoma, this guy that causes all these problems for everybody, he's on benefits. He gets benefits from the government, two different kinds. He gets one for being 164th Cherokee, if you can believe that, it's true. He also gets benefits. He gets disability. You see him, his big thing is he does boots on the ground. He goes out, he walks around, he throws rocks, pretends like it's Bigfoot, claims to hear things, claims that he's got a bug on him, and then somebody in a bunny suit comes out and walks out in front of the camera. Yeah, you did that. You fake. You did, Mike. All these things you're doing, all these things he's doing, physically fit, obviously, to be able to work. Yet he's getting benefits, and he's running around all night in these videos, jumping around, running around, talking about he's got an evacuation team and he's got all this other crap. If you can do this, then you can work. Because right now I'm on a break, and I do a patrol all night long for a security company that I'm part owner of. Okay. They've tried to disparage me, besmirch me, and say everything they could. They've been harassing my business partner. He's a 72-year-old man. They have done every vile thing you could think of but work. The one thing that they all have in common, with the exception of what I think I've counted 4 people in that little cabal, is that they don't work. And they are not disabled. Like, they're not retired, and they are not disabled. They are just lazy. And they live off of the government, and they live off of benefits that we, the taxpayer, pays for. Now, somebody gets on the show and they say, oh, yeah, well, it's going to be really bad for everybody, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's going to be bad for those like him that don't want to work. So when somebody makes a statement that says, oh, yeah, Trump is going to do all this bad stuff, whatever, you really should look into the bill itself. Read the language of the bill itself, because I don't do that and say anything on my channel or my show unless I have done the research. And that's the problem, because everybody's popping off and saying, oh, it's going to be bad. They're going to take all the benefits. One of my friends was panicking, and I asked this guy straight up. I said, are you disabled? He says, I am. I said, can you work? No. If you literally cannot work, you're fine.
Yep.
But they are trying to audit this thing to where the people like Mike up in Oklahoma who can work, but they refuse to. Able-bodied man who can run around all night long throwing rocks and saying it's Bigfoot and frauding everybody in the community, grifting. This man is committing welfare fraud.
Hey, look.
This guy is committing disability fraud.
Wolf, I worked for an armed security company, and when I first lost my leg, they wanted me to get my prosthetic, and I was going to go back to work. Unfortunately, I had a stroke, which took away my balance and a bunch of other crap. So now I cannot. I can't even try to stand up, I fall on my face. But if I could work, I would. I would, because I miss working. It gave me a purpose in life. So these people that sit at home and don't do shit and play video games, park in a handicapped parking spot so that I have to park, or an older person on oxygen has to park halfway down the parking lot because they're jumping out their car and running inside. It pisses me
And then
off to no extent.
just got kicked off.
I mean,
Can
it
you
makes
guys hear me?
mad.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, because all of a sudden the chat is not working. So I see
I just got rid of a girl.
yeah, Bubble Bass, aka Jessica, she's in love with Mike, guys.
Oh,
So
God.
Jessica, who is in love with the walking skin tag, Jessica goes, "You say so many lies, girly man." Okay, look, Violator. This is what I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to say this right now. Okay. I'm telling the truth and you don't want to hear it. So you run over here and you watch Abe's channel to see what he's going to say because you are involved. You're implicit in all of his nefarious activities. Jessica Christensen, you are involved in every aspect of his life. And you, in my opinion, know that it is wrong what he's doing. You know that it's evil what he's doing and you participate willingly. You know he trolls you and then he sits there and says, "It's me." Lady, I have never in my life gone to your channel. The only thing I've ever seen is clips of him doing that to you. And you're so ridiculously ignorant that you really think that I would run over there to troll you. You tried to pass a story off to me that was straight out of Harry Potter. And because thank God I was at the conference and I could sit across the table from you and look you in the eye and know that you were not being truthful. That's what you're mad about. That's what you're pissed off about. Also, I think you had a thing for me. That's my opinion. And it didn't work out. So much like Venom, when Spider-Man rejected him, he ran to Eddie Brock and got the leftovers or whatever. That's what Mike is doing right now. He's getting the rejects. The rejects that PRT didn't want to deal with. Mike has them in his camp. He's got the roofer. He's got the trucker who couldn't decide if he wanted to be with a man or a woman or whatever it was he was trying to tell us. Look, I don't give a crap about your sexual preferences. I don't give a crap about any of this. All I know is that you people do the most vile, horrible things. You say the most vile, horrible things, and you just lie and lie. Like if somebody drinks a glass of water, it comes so natural to them. That's how you are. You lie. That's what you do, Jessica. You and the skin tag, man. That's what you do. You lie. That man is so unhealthy. He looks like his blood is probably 50% sugar. Okay. He needs to get some insulin. That's why he's got those skin tags all over his neck and he doesn't bathe. And that diabetes is going to catch up to him. I'm telling you. So if you really care about that guy so much, get him some help. Get him out of the stressful environment of running around out in the woods every night making up stuff. Because it's got to be stressful to have to make stuff up all the time. It's got to be. It's got to be hard. So I don't have that problem because I don't run around making shit up. This dude does. That's his problem, folks. And he's angry because he's like, nobody's giving me stories. Who the hell would? Who would want you representing them and telling their encounters? Who wants to go on your show other than people that you've buffaloed? You low IQ jackass. That's the problem right there. And then when you say things, Scott, I'm not attacking you. I don't know you, but you really got to do your research on this bill. I did because somebody very, very close to me gets benefits, right? And she's like in your position, Brenda, and I was concerned about it. So I did a lot of research I soothed her fears. And I told her, look, I've already read this. I looked through it. I know what it says. I know what it does. Now, I'd be real worried if I was somebody like Mike. That's why Mike votes Democrat, because those are the people that butter his bread. He's never denied it. I've said it many times. He's a registered Democrat. Don't deny it, Mike. You know you are, and the reason you are is very simple. They give you free shit, and they take it away from people like us.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's the case right there. That's the thing. I don't know about PhDs and all this other stuff. I just know what I personally read. And I know what the bill represents. I know what they're saying in CNN, and it's a bunch of lies.
And I'm really close to someone on the inside, so I get really good information. And that's the first thing I was told. not only because the fact that they are going to have to take away from some of these people that are bleeding the system, which is why I only get what I get, but my percentage will go up almost 250%.
Yep.
So
Okay.
things are going to get a little bad before they get better, but it has to. The whole system has to be torn down, you know.
Oh,
So
I
it'll
wanted
be all
to
right.
interject. I wanted to interject for a second here, Mr. Wolf.
Mhm.
I'm not saying, what this person is providing. He's providing a resource, educating people on, hey, I have a problem, and he's going because he's retired. So he's giving, he's a counselor. He's giving people like, what to do with Medicare and, that sort of thing. So he doesn't know also, he doesn't know exactly what this bill is about too. I don't think anybody, we don't know if things are going to change too. So,
Oh no,
what
no,
I'm
they
just
are.
trying to
They are.
point out, I
No,
just want to
things
point
are
out,
going to change. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that he is providing a service for people because I like listening to, people, making comments and then coming on live, what we're doing like here, because, what Abe is doing is the same thing. He's providing a service for people to talk about Jesus Christ, intermingling with, what's going on with the cryptid world and, all these experiences. But my final thing about him, I'm not, I'm just bringing him out as a person that you might want to take a look at and listen to people's problems, and then he answers these problems. So it's kind of a service. And again, yeah, I fully understand what you're saying too. And I appreciate you. I know you. You're speaking the truth, and I think I know who you are, but I've been also involved, a lot with the crypto world and listening to a lot of this stuff. So I just wanted to share that, Mr. Wolf.
But anyway, so yeah, that woman here, I'm just gonna switch right back over. That woman on the plane. Anyways,
Oh
but
yeah,
the chat looks like they're having fun, so I might have to go in and
yeah.
join them. They're
You should have
yelling at
seen how she was
somebody.
looking at me, Sister Brenda.
Oh God, I would have died.
Uh, I guess there's. I mean, they're everywhere. There's this people that deal with narcomancy, witchcraft. They're in different
Yeah.
locations. I'm more sure there's some in the mountains. They're in all regions.
You know what they don't understand, Abe? They might be able to get on the dark side and do all their little hooby jooby witchcraft, but it comes with a price. I mean, they don't always get their stuff for free for being bad. They got to give something in return, and that's eternal damnation.
And you know the sad thing about that, Sister Brenda, that I did not mention, but I'll mention it now, is that she had two children with her,
That's
a
sad.
boy and a girl.
Were they
She had two
hers?
children with her. I do not know. The way they were dressed was in the times of when they used to. The little boy had like a little hat, like the one I have, the black one, but like a
Yeah,
color,
the
like a brown
taxi
one,
hat. Yeah.
like a brown one, and he had like a little brown outfit, like a suit from back in the days.
Wow.
The little girl was dressed similar, with a dress, but similar to that type of clothing. Like I don't know, they were uh, how do you call them? If they had what's the word I was gonna say? Like a gypsy. I don't
Yeah.
know. Just the clothes that the wearing was not from 2025. Just put it that way.
Wow.
The clothing that the wearing was from a different time era.
Wow.
She was wearing a long like a long dress. I don't know. She was dressed different.
That's so weird.
Like the 1800s or something like that. Is that what
Yes,
kind of
yes.
something like that, huh?
But there was one behind me.
Yeah.
I'll call him the no face because he never showed his face to me. That she kept on telling him, "Let's get him, let's get him now, let's get him." And he wouldn't look at me. He had his head down like this. He would not look at me because he was sitting right behind me. And every time I would look through the crack of the seat to see his face, he would not show his face. He was just down like this. I'm thinking he might have been trying to wish something bad towards me, through enchantment or something, or through witchcraft. But he never looked at me,
You know,
and
it
he never looked at her. He never looked at her either.
kind of makes me wonder. Your plane was delayed and delayed and delayed, and I heard you say it might have been delayed for a reason. Maybe it was delayed because you needed to be on this plane to combat her spiritually, because maybe because of her something was going to happen with that
That's a
plane.
possibility. That's a
It, it,
possibility.
it felt to me that she was trying to make the plane crash because
That
so
could
the
have
way
been
she
it.
was moving her leg and doing like a C motion, like a half a moon, with her left foot, and with her right foot doing a C motion. She was standing in place, wasn't moving, but I could see her legs move, and she was saying something to me in a different language, and just looking at me. And when I said the Our Father, she didn't like that, and
Yeah.
she kept telling the person that was behind me, "Do you hear him? Do you hear him?" And then that's when I said, "Enough is enough," and I tied bound and rebuked her in Jesus Christ's name three
Right.
times, three
Wow.
times. And between the second and the third, boom, she sat on the seat. She looked towards the window, and she never got back up or looked my direction after that.
Oh, you put her in her place, didn't you?
Well,
Uh,
I wanted
yes,
to make a comment because, like, who else? I mean, if you saw, like, even myself, I don't think I would have that spiritual unction to do what Abe did. I mean, I think Abe, you're being, guided by, God in such a way, not just to bring these stories on this platform, but it's, it's you're witnessing these events, and also like B was saying, like there's a possibility of preventing something happening. And I mean, we can only guess or pray about it, to know. But this is there's no coincidences. This is uh, you know uh, this thing, was set up, either by the dark forces, or, God, saw what was happening and delayed, Abe's, for Abe to get on the plane, to prevent this. I mean, we don't know, but surely, there's
there
no
was
doubt about the
there
praying.
was some banging when she was moving her feet a certain way. We could hear banging underneath her seats. It was banging so hard. Just put it this way, that the guy that was beside me woke up and he said, "What the fuck is that?" Because it
Wow.
sounded so loud, like it was banging underneath the seat. Well, I remember the kind of banging. That's why I know I was in a spiritual warfare. Is when I was a kid, when the brujas and the lechuzas would come, and we could hear banging underneath us. Everywhere we moved, there would be banging. So yeah, the witch had summoned something, but that's why I went into prayer, and I tied by the in Jesus Christ's name. Anything that she was doing, and she sat down. She didn't, like, say, get up anymore, or she kept on looking towards the window, but she never got back up for about an hour and a half after that happened. And
Yeah,
I
I
didn't hear
will say,
the guy. He never looked at me either. Even when I got up, he didn't look at me.
I will say this, Abe. Like from the first time well, going way back even before that. but like, you know, when you came on the show and we recorded with you and all the things that we did, and, you know, that was just the tip of the iceberg. And I told people, you know, there were people that have reached out to me and they asked me, they're like, do you really believe this guy, blah, blah, blah. And I told them, I said, dude, what people, if you're one of us and you understand this, and what I mean by, like, if you're raised up in Texas, and if you've spent time down in the Rio Grande Valley, which I've spent a lot of time down there, and that's where Abe is from, you would understand, like, when you and Jesse talk about the amount of necromancy and the amount of the brujas and brujos down there, like, people really don't grasp. Like, every other person down there is doing some stuff. I'm not even joking, man. And it is a lot of, you know, people that are celoso, man. I mean, they're just very, very bitter, jealous, angry. A lot of people that are poor, they don't have, you know, what, and instead of win for it and they turn to the dark side for a quick fix. And that has become the norm as microwave society. It's the instant gratification. I want it now. Exactly what this guy that we were talking about earlier, that's what he is. He's one of those people. He wants to fake and fraud and you know, lie his way through life to get what he wants, because he doesn't want to work for it. And he goes and he gets with this witch, and then that one doesn't work out. He goes and gets another witch and another witch. So this one that just popped into the chat, folks, pay attention to what I'm going to tell you. She's a witch. She says she no longer practices. That's a lie. In my opinion, that's a lie. Now, that's my opinion. I can't say one way or the other, but I don't believe you, Jessica. I think you're lying, and I think you are a witch. You admitted that you were a witch. You had a familiar. You admitted that, and I know that she popped into the chat, folks. We are literally right now, Abe is under attack right now by these people. They're committing themselves to the devil. Devil, pick a devil, whichever one they're worshiping or serving, okay? These people doing curses, hexes, whatever you want to call it, at all times, all hours of the day and night. They don't sleep at night. They're up all night bouncing around, like Abe was talking about, the brujas and brujos. And what they don't understand is they are attacking people of faith. I can't speak for Abe 100%. I know me. I know the people that I'm with, and I know Abe I know quite a bit about him, enough to know that, yes, I do believe him, and I do believe what he says, and I do believe he does have a lot of experiences, and God does absolutely what you were saying, Scott. I believe it. God puts people in the path of those demons and devils to stop them. It is your job, folks, to stop those demons and devils. So when they come against you as a child of God, it is your duty. And that's why it says in the Bible to be ye ever sober and be prepared, because at any time the devil comes. He doesn't wait around until you're ready. You know, there's not a referee that goes, "Are you ready, Abe?" He goes over to the devil, "Are you ready?" And then they fight like the UFC. No. There's no referees, nothing. I mean, you know, you're out there in the world on your own, dealing with what you have to deal with, and that's why you have to put on the full armor of God. You have to fully be prepared and be committed to the fight, because spiritual warfare is around us at all times, all the time, all the time. It is 100% around us. And there are people, actual Christians, who really are Christians, who don't grasp that. They don't, not only do they not grasp it, they don't even believe in it. They don't believe in the spirituality of it at all. They don't believe that that's real, that they're really having to face that or fight that. They're just like, is that real? Did that really happen? Yes, it is. And it does really happen. And people, I've been on the front lines of it for years. Every time I talk to somebody, they tell me about their experiences. Like I said, when I first started doing the cryptid thing, all these people wanted to tell me about this flesh and blood creature. That's what they're seeing. They're seeing this flesh and blood animal. These people were trying to say this thing was an animal. I said, that is not no damn animal. What I saw was not an animal. I can tell you that. A dog man is not a freaking animal. That is a demon that walks around with physical feet. It's a Nephilim. That is what it is. And there is nobody that's going to convince me otherwise. Abe knows that. I know that. One of the reasons why I felt like it was important that me and Abe work together is because we both had the same belief. We both had the same tiger by the tail, you know, and my channel has just grown by leaps and bounds. Thank God. And that we're able to get the word out. And these people, like that guy up there in Oklahoma, they're throwing rocks at a castle, right? So they're going and they're attacking Abe. He's a smaller channel. They think that he's vulnerable and that they're going to push him over or whatever. That's not going to happen. We're not going to let you fall, dude, because these people, they're not even worthy to touch the bottom of the soles of your feet. And by contrast, we're not worthy to touch the bottom of the soles of Jesus's feet. So where are these people? They're below ants. That's what they are. And all the magic and evil and deceptive deceitfulness that they throw at us, it really is nothing. They just spew hate on us and say that we're lying and all this other stuff. No, the truth burns them like acid. And what happened to you on that plane? That's why I tuned in tonight to hear that. And then, unfortunately, you had to talk about this maniac, and I didn't know what was going on as of recent because I had a medical procedure today. I was groggy and out of it all day. I was like, and here I am. I'm out here working. Take note, Mike. Take note. I had a surgery today, a medical procedure, and I'm out working right now. So What does that tell you, Mike? What does that tell you, Mike? Here's a person who has, she had an amputee here, and she was trying to work, and you're out there running around with your big barrel fat butt out there running around, throwing rocks, pretending like it's Bigfoot, frauding everybody, including your own listeners and your own co-host who's too stupid to see. And then when you do all of that, you're sitting there with your hand out, getting paychecks from the government. Think about that, folks. What kind of vile person does that? What kind of vile person lives off of disability? Then they have a YouTube channel where they run around all night long out there in the woods. You're literally, the way the elites do it is exactly what he's doing it. Put it right in your face.
Yep.
Put it right in front of your face and tell you, what are you going to do about it? That's what he's doing. He's literally running around out there in the middle of the night, faking Bigfoot noises and whatever else he's doing. Most of the time, you don't even have a noise. He just says, "Did you hear that?" Yeah. And no, we can't, Mike. No, we don't, because this guy Sparky, he made a video. I just saw it the other day, and it was hilarious. I don't even know this guy. This guy comes out of left field, kind of like Doucher did for them, and just starts going off on this guy and talking about how he's a big fake fraud, and that's what he is. I don't know if you've seen that, Abe. His name is Sparky.
I've seen the video, but I've been knowing I've seen the fakeness ever since I've seen the first video where his sister is in the truck and she says, "There's a booger," and I'm looking, and I'm watching the live, and you can see Mike out there standing by the road, and see something moving on the ground, and I'm like, "What the hell is that?" And then I seen it going up like it's climbing a tree. So I look at the footage again, and I'm looking at it closely. What it is a roach that's crossed on the windshield because she's recording from inside the truck. So it goes on the windshield and climbs up the windshield. So it wasn't no booger or Bigfoot. It was a roach.
Yeah, he's the roach king for a reason.
It's sad that it was a roach. You're in your vehicle. You already know they have roaches in their house, but roaches in your car. How dirty do you have to be to even have roaches in your vehicle? That's crazy.
Oh, I got him in his chones, man. I got Chino, man.
Yeah,
he's nasty, dude.
Video, and then the one with the rock that said, "Man, that's it. I'm not." I got off the channel, unsubscribed, and so I won't do nothing with this guy, because he's a fraud.
Hang on one second. Hey, where's that alarm? Okay, all right. So we got to evacuate, guys. We got to evacuate. There's cryptids all around us. Can y'all hear the alarms, folks? There's cryptids. They're coming out of the skies. There's cryptids everywhere. I'm hiding in this restroom. You hear the echo? I'm hiding. It's a zombie apocalypse.
Really?
That's how he does it on his shows. He says something like to try to get the audience to think that what he's saying is legit, but I seen the video and there was nothing there. Just the only thing you could hear was frogs and maybe a couple of crickets, but more frogs than anything. Chirping.
Hey, I got a question for Mr. Wolf. So I don't know if you came on. I think you came on later, but the topic I brought up was about synchronicity. So I'm going to read this, and I want Wolf, I want you to, what's your response to this? Synchronicity. I looked this up, the definition. It says events often feel like they happen for a reason, as if they were part of a larger pattern. So, I brought this up and I told a little story to Abe already about Edmund Fitzgerald. But what do you think about, synchronicity? About, there's a reason why, that things happen to you or Abe or me or everybody, it says part of a larger pattern. Like, what is that really, talking about? What do you think?
I think everything is patternistic. I think we as people, our brains are hardwired through the spirit, by God, that we actually see everything patternistically. Everything, we're conditioned, just like pareidolia, we're conditioned to see faces from the time we're born, to seek out the human face. We are conditioned from the time that we're born to seek out pattern. And synchronicities happen all the time, I think, divinely, to show us that pattern. People that don't see that or that ignore that, you're doing it at your own peril. And I think that, when stuff happens, like the Camp Mystic thing, I don't know 100% the stories I've heard about that camp, like that what you were saying, Brenda, that they were the children of the elite. I have not
Yes.
heard that. I did do some research into Richard told me, Dick Richard. I don't like calling him Dick Richard. That's his name. His name's Richard. But Richard told me on the phone the other night that they were children of people who were supposed to testify from the Epstein list, that was one of the storylines. Now, another storyline is that they were the children of the elite. I don't believe those things until I can find something to substantiate that.
One of the girls, her dad used to, or I think he's on the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Clintons' daughter went there when she was younger.
I don't believe that. I mean, because the Bushes and the Clintons are very close, and the Bushes they did live in this area.
Yeah, and the Bush's kids grew up there, and I think they even said one of the Bush's kids were there. One of the grandkid or great grandkid of the Bushes was there.
Well, and honestly, if they were, I would have a hard time believing that would happen because I believe that this is weather manipulation.
Now, yes, that is true.
Yeah, Brenda, let me tell you something, and Scott, let me to further into the answer for you in the audience in general. I live right here in the heart of Central Texas. Abe does too. Me and Abe don't even live that far away from each other.
So do
Yeah,
I.
so all right, so this flooding, it was weird. It like did a circle around my place, like literally.
Yeah.
It was to the south, it was to the east, it was to the north and to the west, and it just didn't hit us. Like we got a lot of rain, but we did not get hit with the flooding. And we even have a culvert not far from us, and it filled up, but it didn't wash out. Like it was crazy. Like it kept stopping. The water would recede, then it would start up again. And it was like weird, man. Because like I kept praying too. I was praying, and I believe in the power of prayer, man. And I don't know.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can throw a stone at Fort Hood. Okay. So I was watching yesterday, and there was clouds, dark clouds. They said it was all around. Okay. But not over there, which I'm right next to there, so not that whole way around. And Austin was getting flooded, and my ex lives in Round Rock, and they said they got hit real hard. And I'm just sitting over here waiting because when it rains hard, I have a separation between the foundation and the outside of the house, so I get flooded in my house. Nothing, just nothing. Rain, little rain. That's all. So, but when I watched the radar on that thing, it went there and it stalled out just like what it did in North Carolina. It stayed there. It just stayed there. Normally I'm in Texas. We get storms that blow through here and they blow and they're gone. They don't sit and just dump like that. It's so weird. But you're right. All I could do was sit there and pray because I'm in this wheelchair. I haven't tried swimming yet with one leg. I imagine that I would do nothing but swim around in a right circle because I don't have a leg to go the other way. But that's all you could do. And when I saw that, that's the first thing that hit my mind was, oh, here we go, North Carolina all over again.
Well, there's two similarities. Asheville has a river, but actually that river in North Carolina runs north. Do you guys know that? It doesn't run south; it runs north. And also, this Kerr had a river, bed, and it was basically a creek at that time. But there's two similarities, something to do with rivers and stationaring. Basically a hurricane, or whether you're using cell phone towers or whatever they're using to actuate this, this rain, it's rivers that are flooding, and destroying anybody that's on the bank within, X amount of yards inward. It's a river destroying everything on both sides. So that's what happened to Asheville. And there's several, rivers. Of course, Asheville's got mountains around there. My folks live there. And it's, it's still, I was talking to my sister today and it's still a wreck there. I mean, you look at the similarities between Asheville and Kerr, it's the same thing. It's nothing but destruction. Houses, bridges, cars.
I have a girl on my show.
People and trees, everything. It's unbelievable.
I have a girl that I've had on my show a few times. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to have her back on. And right when that stuff happened out there, her foundation got up and they went out there. And she went around. She all of the money that goes to her foundation, she keeps all receipts and everything goes to the people. It's not, here, this is what I have for you. It's what do you need? And they even raised enough money that they went around to some of the families that had kids and gave them money for them for Christmas. And her foundation was out there trying to help them ward off, what's those people that do? FEMA. They were out there helping them ward off FEMA. And so I've had her on the show a couple times. She's supposed to come back and give me some kind of update because I think she still goes out there to help. But
my sister was
RVs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say real quick because my sister was telling me today that the only people still helping are like the Billy Graham, the religious institutions are like driving around helping people, that had their places flooded and everything like that. All these charitable, institutions are still helping people, and I don't know, about FEMA or anything else like that, but my sister was telling me that today. Still going on.
I talked to her last week, but I didn't talk to her about where she's at now or what she's doing till she comes back on the show. I think this coming week I'm going to get her on there. So, but yeah. So Abe.
Yes.
How much rain have you gotten?
A little bit of rain, not that much. Something weird happened earlier where a big gust of wind came and it was bending the trees, but then all of a sudden everything's normal. So there's still been activity that's strange happening, but I just continue to pray, tie under because Jesus Christ's name. I'm thinking that there was a lot more in play. If there was one in my plane, there had to be more. If it was a spiritual hit when it comes down to the balance, there had to be others in other planes.
Yeah.
They were using the elements the sky, to to cause things to happen, but it didn't work since I overcame one. So whatever they're trying to do, it did not work. So if it was an evil act in which there was some people that lost their lives, right?
Yeah.
The seven time fold is going to go back if they were working in unison. If they're working together, well, then there's going to be the people involved that is going to go back to them seven times fold because
Yeah.
they didn't get the job done, or what they were trying to accomplish. And my prayers go out to all the families, children, anybody involved in the floods, or if there was any other kind of strange activities. I'm more sure there was a lot of other things happening besides the flooding. A lot of things happen out of the ordinary. That's, you could say, supernatural, things like that. But that's what we have to maintain our Heavenly Love Foundation, tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Matter of fact, I'm going to tie, bind, and rebuke right now any witchcraft and necromancy, since we had a witch that showed up here. I believe Jessica said she's a witch. So we tie, bind, and rebuke any form of witchcraft or necromancy you're trying to do to spiritual encrypted encounters, paranormal on tables, 20 of the members. We don't accept your negativity. We tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. This we pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Amen.
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 Well, I don't know. There's just been a lot of strange stuff. Our weather has been so weird, but for the most part, I was starting at first just to strike it up as well. We have bipolar weather out here in Texas, anyways. It could
Yes.
be it could be 40 degrees 1 minute, and then 10 minutes later it's 85. So it's weird anyhow. But this has been ridiculous, really. I mean, I remember the day I was sitting in my backyard and I seen a big old dark cloud coming, and I thought, uh-oh, I got a really bad feeling about this. And I got up, grabbed the dog, and I no sooner hit the front of my house and I heard the siren go off for the tornado warning, and it went by, it tore up my gazebo in the backyard and turned and landed in where you're at, landed in Temple.
Wow.
I was like, holy crap. Well, then. And where it landed, where it hit real bad, was right around the corner from where my daughter used to live. So I was like, wow.
And that's not the only thing that happened to me up there. Uh, at the airport and in Austin, you know how they ask you for your ID?
Yeah.
Every attempt that they tried, they couldn't get nothing on me. Like it wouldn't pop up, wouldn't pop up. My wife did it one time, and one time only. She went through. All the people were doing it one time only, and they went through. They went to me. They did it like 7, 8 times. Couldn't find nothing. And then they're like, "Well, can we just see your board pass?" So showed the board pass, and they let me through. And then the only thing the guy said when I was walking away, and he said, "You know how Bell County is." That's all he said.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he meant by that.
Everything's screwed up in Bell County.
Yeah.
Boy, something was really not wanting you to get on your flight right away.
So that happened, and I was like, my wife was like, "What the hell?" His computer started failing and all kinds of stuff. The equipment.
Cause and effect. You were not supposed to get on your first
and I
plane.
told him it's okay. I kind of caused that kind of effect. That's what I told him. And he's like, "Oh, it's gonna be okay." And then he tried it all the way to 7 times, and he's looking at me like freaked out, Then when I left to walk away from his computer, is like everything started working normal.
Of course it did. It waited until you left. All right, I'm gonna get off here and leave you two up here.
All right,
I'm,
Sister Brenda,
I'm
thank you for jumping on.
yeah,
Thank you,
I'm
Thank you
gonna
B.
go.
for the input.
I'm gonna go get in the chat with everybody. They're having a
All right,
party in there or something. I don't know what's going on.
sister.
I'm coming to the party.
What's going on?
All right, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, a lot of information. People get on and they share, what they're hearing, or, Abe. It's wonderful. To share information, um, and your stories, and the platform, and Wolf coming on, and it's a collaboration, and
Yeah,
it's all supporting Jesus Christ and his you know his teaching, and his being with us. I mean, it's all witnessing, and it builds faith, faith
and
unseen, right?
when she was saying, "Let's get him now," that's not the first time I heard somebody say, "Let's get him now." To me, I've heard it when I go investigate, where it comes
Oh,
out on the AVP where they say, "Let's get him now," but it's not
wow.
the voice of a person; it's the voice of the things that are around me spiritually in disembodied voice. So I've heard that on the bridge when I helped the man that was possessed. Then he kept on looking at me and he kept on saying, "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you." But what it was is, well, whatever had taken over that vessel wanted me not to help him, to leave him alone, so they could do whatever they were going to do with him. But I did not leave him alone. I stayed with him and I kept on bringing him to me with my love foundation, and I took him to safety. If I would have left him there where he was laying down by the rail of the bridge, they would have either dragged him into the woods because he got lifted up in the air by an unseen force, tested body form, DDN, whatever you want to call it, unclean spirit, and he got slammed 3 times. Lifted up like 7.5 feet in the air, it slammed on the ground 3 times. If I would have left him there, they would have probably dragged him into the woods, or they would have took over the body and jump in front of a vehicle, and but I wasn't gonna. I already knew, so I just followed my spiritual instinct and helped the man. Just like when I was in the plane, she was looking at me
Yeah,
ugly.
that's all
I had already
strength.
been seeing what she was
God's building
doing,
your strength.
and
Yeah,
I wasn't afraid of
it's
her. So
yeah.
once enough was enough, I did what I had to do, and as went into prayer and overcame her through Jesus Christ. That's because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, yeah, that's and again, I have to repeat myself over and over again every time I come on here. It's like, I see you as an example for people to, you ask what you get, if you ask, you might get it. And, I think God is putting this, body of armor, and strengthening this armor. It's just not, when people say put the full body of armor on, well, that's a metaphor, of course, but it's like, well, you have to go through these experiences to gain this mental, psychological, physical strength to combat this stuff. And that's what I feel about you is, you're showing us, as listeners and people that do come on the show, like, wow, he's giving me, these stories to become more aware. And if we do come upon something that happens to us, it's going to be, for example, something happens to me, I'm gonna think about you, going like, well, if Abe can do it, so can I. you know so it's you have to be near people, listen to people. It's like, when I was into sports, the better people you play sports with, you become better, right?
Yeah,
It's like iron sharpens iron. And I'm into music, so it's like when I hang around people that really are good at music, they critique me, or they say this and that, like I should do this and that. You become better as a musician. So So, that's why I'm hanging around you because, I want to get better at this. Yeah,
I
I'm
want to
telling
show
you.
y'all something. I told you at the beginning of the show that I was going to share something with y'all. I got something to share here with y'all, brothers and sisters. I made a short video. I'm going to share the short video. Uh, I'm going to send it through Messenger, and I want to share this with y'all. This is from before I went on the flight. I did an investigation, right? I was hearing all kinds of things. I was hearing dogs barking, but I wouldn't see no dogs around me. I heard a dog barking right beside me. There was no dog beside me, but I captured something out there. So I wanted to share this short video that I created. Let me find it so I can send it. And this is during the day, early in the morning, where when I was going through this certain path, I hadn't been gone there in a long time, in over a year, because I had got something try to sling me down to the ground, an unseen force, right, a DDN, that it kind of hurt my shoulder and my neck. So this time I went there, prayed up, but it's like something didn't want me to go there because I kept on hearing the door open and close, kind of like what I heard when I seen that the man with a goat leg, where space and time opened up and closed. The same noise I kept on hearing this morning, but I captured something, and I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share this with y'all because I created a little short video of it. So check it out, brother. I want to share this with y'all. I captured this. I had captured other things. I had created 2 short videos, but I'm gonna share the most current one. I still haven't debunked the video all the way through. My brother heard the video and he said that there was all kinds of things, disembodied voices saying things like that. But let me catch up to the comments before I share the video. This is, and I want to say thank you to everybody that's tuning in right now. Brother Josh Turner, uh, brother Josh Turner, Sister Brenda, and everybody in the chat. Sister Nellie Turner, uh, Madeline, Tony, Anthony, Diablo, Brother Law. There's so many people. I can't even keep up with the names here. Andres, Provision. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share this with y'all. Let me find it real quick. As y'all can see here, let me see if I can make it any bigger. I think that's as big as it's going to get. Uh, well, on this short reel here, I'm going to place a picture in a moment. I created a short reel, but I'm going to place the picture. Maybe y'all can see it better. But there's something here on this picture here, or on the short reel. I got the pictures that I'm gonna share in the moment. We'll get to the pictures. Let me share the pictures for right now. Here we go. I'm gonna share the pictures so we can take a better look. I'm gonna send these pictures over to me. All right, here we go. Let me share the picture. Okay. Let me go to that. Here's the original photo. Oh, what happened? It's not letting me show the original photo big like I want to show it. Let me see if I can crop it closer. Let me do that real quick to get a better look of what we're looking at here. Yeah, it was the sun was hitting me, shining towards me when I captured these images here. Let me see. I can get a little bit closer here, and I'm gonna share the closer picture. All right, let's see how it looks now. See if I can get a closer look at this. There we go. That's a closer look at it. I took out the sun. See if y'all can see those images there. Maybe I might need to get a little bit closer. Trying to catch up to the comments here. Yeah, there's something standing there. Let me. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna crop both of those. Uh, there's something standing here. It's not a tree right here. That's the thing. It's it's grass. So there's a disembodied form here standing right here. There's the face. There's the arm. That's the body. But then down here, you can see what seems to be the face of uh, a wolf or werewolf or whatever you want to call them, DDN. You can see another one right here. There's several. There's three here. One, two. There's three there. Well, this big one that's here. There's. Let me see if I can crop those images so you can see what I'm talking about. It's hard to tell because of the sun. But there's no trees there in front of me. It's just grass. And it's kind of like they're in shadow form or shadow figure form in the open because there's no trees, there's nothing around there, just grass. So let me take a closer look at them. I haven't looked at the comments, but I will look at them right now before I continue. Yeah, I got a close up of them right now, and I'm gonna send them over. Let me catch up to the comments. Here we go. I'm gonna send it. I'm doing the close ups now. Okay. Catch up with the comments. Yeah, check it out. I'm fixing to do the close ups right now, individually, so you can see what's there. Okay, here we go. There's one right there, standing there. You can see what seems to be a face right there, but that's the arm, the body of it. The close up of it, how it looks. You know, they're in spirit form, disembodied form, which would be it would look like smoke or something black, right? So unclean spirits, they're in black. Well, this is right there in the open field, and it's taking form right in front of me. So that's, when I looked at this picture, it reminded me of the way he's standing and stuff. I don't know if y'all seen the movie Leatherface or Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's what this reminds me of. The way the face is, the way he's standing. I just don't see a chainsaw, but it's got a face right here, and it is looking. Possibly something else over here, but I'm not looking into all that back here. But definitely here.
It looks like
But looked like something there, but that's in the distance.
it looks like it does have a snout. Like, if you kind of, I mean, the features don't look like a dog man, but, it does, that smoke screen that's in front of his face, it looks like, like there's a black nose. And I mean, if Jesse was here, he'd probably see it, but to me, it looks like a snout. I mean, it's got a, like a 4 or 5 inch snout sticking out with the black nose. And I don't know if those are ears.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, I could be totally wrong, but I don't know.
It looks like a ear right
but
here.
the body doesn't, I mean, the hips are kind of big. When you look down, there's between its legs, and, right where the thigh is, it's pretty thick right there. The arms are somewhat skinny, and they're pretty long. If you take the shoulder and go down to the tips of his fingers, that's a pretty long forearm. So, I mean, to me, and that one you see in front, that could be also, I thought I saw on a close up, or when I blew my screen up, it looked like another dogman was on 4s. I didn't see 3, but I saw one, like all on 4s, crouched or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
The one that's right
It
here.
looks, to me, it looks like a skinny dog man.
This one right here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right here. There. Let me see if I can screenshot that one, man, because I think I didn't screenshot it right.
I mean, that head, when you come up and do the over the shoulder, like the shoulder blade right there, you see that head, but that head, it does look like, it's got, a snout, where it's smoky, and you know, like I said, it's interdimensional, and you know, it doesn't want to show its face, so but it's still the contrast. You know, I see something
Yeah.
like that. It's definitely a creature. That's all I gotta say. You know?
Here's the other one that I was trying to show y'all. I think I had done the screenshot wrong on it, but here we go. Okay. There it is. Here's the eyes. That's the face is like on the ground, and then there's something else beside it. It's like two of them here, possibly three, because something you can see something underneath here, but this ones are like not that big as the other one. They're lower to the ground, but they're right there. The eyes, the head, but they're just sitting there. I just wanted to share
Yeah,
that.
and it's black.
With
It's
you.
all black.
Yes,
It's
black.
all black.
It's all black.
Don't.
Yes.
There's something physical there because the grass is green, the weeds are brown. It's all brown and green, but you see this black thing there. I mean, for me, I can't.
And there's no trees there in that area.
Yeah.
There's no
There's
trees.
something there. I mean,
It's just grass.
it's some sort of animal there or whatever. It's a creature, but there's something right there. I can't really distinguish right now. You know, I wish Jesse was here. He always kind of looks at things. I think I kind of see it now. I see kind of I see the head of it now. Maybe if I look closer, but you know, I see the black nose. I don't know if those are eyes. The whites, are those the eyes? I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah, if y'all have your TV, the smart TV, you can place the pictures. I'll try to create individual ones and make a show reel out of them, so y'all can check it out on YouTube or on TikTok on your TV, on the smart TV. You can see it in the bigger picture. You'll be able to.
I think you're right now. I'm starting to see like three, you know, like a groupage, like two.
Yeah. I'll place the original.
Yeah, there's like two underneath the other big one. I don't know. It's I'm seeing. That's you know, I hate to say stuff that I don't see, but it's kind of like you look at it more.
There we go. Let's see which picture would stand out the most. I was trying to take the sun out of it. I think that one's a pretty good one.
Oh
right
yeah,
here.
I mean it's 100%.
You can see it better the silhouette.
That's 100%. That's 100% right there.
But what's weird right there is I think I even made white and black. Let me see. See it right there?
Yeah, I like the close up on that black. You can see a lot more definition. Yeah, I don't see much.
I made the green. You see, I made this brown, but this was still black.
Yeah.
So it's not you can see it right there, and this one's standing right there. That's a pretty good one there too.
Yeah, there could be four right there, big time. Yeah.
And then of course I made it black, but then you're not able to see it that well. But you're still able to see that one sitting there. You can see the face a little bit better, you know.
Yeah, black and white. Supposedly there's more detail, but you know, if this thing is shape shifting, like you said, you know, and I believe, like Wolf said, you know, these are interdimensional. These things are not, you know, they're not physical entities at all. They can pop in and out and stuff. So, but yeah, that's I don't know, Abe. That's one of your best ones right there, boy. I tell you.
This one is from the area I hadn't gotten to that area in a long time because I had gotten spiritually attacked last time I went there by the tall one that had the white face. That was probably like 15, 16 foot tall, that he tried to sling me from the neck. But, you know, I stood strong, but it hurt my neck. So I started praying and I left that area. But yeah, that one was tall. You know, the DDNs, they're tall as hell, 15 foot, 16 foot, 17 foot. There's some even taller than that. But the one I seen him spiritually. He passed right behind me. I seen how tall he was. He was all black, and I could see his face. His face was like white, grayish, and he was looking down at me, real ugly. So that's when everything happened. I just wanted to share this because I've been having it on my phone. I just wanted to share it with y'all that just to let you know that there's no trees in this area, but there's something in front of me that's like in shadow form. So I'll take that off for right now. There we go.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share that with y'all.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, man. Oh, God.
Somebody said blacker than blank. Yeah. Of course, I don't know if you were here for the other one, because I had shared another photo of something else. Maybe I'll get to that and share it with y'all. I had made a short reel of it, and
now, what was that context?
When I do the close-up,
Abe, what was the context that photo was again? Like you said something you heard. Can you repeat that again? You said, like, right before you were going to show that photo, you gave a kind of a situation. What happened? What was that again?
Well, yeah, I was walking and I could hear like metal, like something metal shutting, like doors shutting, like a metal banging, like they're shutting doors. Yeah. I heard it like 3 or 4 times. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna debunk the video and share those sounds with y'all. Hopefully tomorrow, I'll be able to do that, because it sounded very loud, and that was coming from the woods where I was gonna go investigate.
Yeah.
So when I entered the path and I walked through it, I did not stay very long over there because I did not feel right. I feel something wasn't right. So I just prayed, did the sign of the cross, and walked back across the path. But I felt something wasn't right. But that image, I caught it when I entered the path. I still haven't debunked it all the way. Maybe something else or surface up. But yeah, I was hearing like strong bangings of metal to metal, like, and I'm looking and it's like, man, what is that noise? You know.
So did you take that picture at that? Did you take that picture at that time, exact time, or
not the exact time, because I wasn't all the way up there, but I stopped because I kept on hearing it when I was getting near that area. I heard another. So before I entered the path, I heard it again, metal to metal. And I still side. It's kind of like something was trying to scare me not to go in there, but I still went in there. Was there for a little bit, didn't walk all the way across because something didn't seem right. And that's when I walked out of there. Yeah, brother Tony, it's blaming the shadows, but the problem is there's no trees there, you know. There's no trees, just high grass. So it's trying to hide within the shadows, but you're able to see it because it's standing out from the grass because there's no trees for it to camouflage itself.
Yeah, but you captured the arms, the shoulder, the thighs, the body, and the head. The head's the only thing that's blurry, but you know it is trying to camouflage that face, so you don't really get the whole picture of of an entity, there, like it's got some intelligence that's purposely, smoke screening that head, because when you connect the head with a body, everybody knows, oh, that's something, right? So, that's what I'm looking at. Like, it's got some kind of a mechanism that, like you said, there's this grass there. So something else is there to camouflage, it's coming up with some kind of a smoke screen camouflage, to cover that head, face, That's
Yeah,
what I'm looking at.
man, my instincts were kicking real bad, and when I was walking out of that area, and this is early in the morning, the sun is barely rising. I heard some dogs barking to my right, and I was like, man, I hope there's not a pack of wild dogs come my way. As I'm walking, I hear a dog barking right beside me, and when I looked to see what kind of dog it was, there was no dog there. So something was mimicking the sound of a dog barking. There was no dog beside me,
Yeah.
but I could hear the dog barking beside me.
That would be an
So I just
interesting
did the sign
story.
of the
That would
cross and
be
I started praying.
yeah, Abe, that would be an interesting, research on dogs, invisible dogs barking, what's the significance, pros and cons to that. That's really interesting that, there's something, warning you, or something that's, but it's an interesting sound, because it's a sound we recognize as humans, dog is man's best friend, right? But it's kind of what really, is it really?
Yeah, the sound was like,
Yeah, that's another one. These sounds are like,
that's how it sounded.
these sounds,
They were like
wow.
something open and closed.
Yeah, the sounds
It sounded real loud.
that's very interesting.
3
sounds.
times. What I'll do is I'll make short reels of that so y'all can hear the sound of what I'm talking about. It was real loud.
Because you're talking about the woods. There's no metal sound that happens in the woods, unless it's something interdimensional. It's, I mean, no doubt about it. But
yeah, I think the weirdest thing was when the dog was barking by me. There was no dog, but towards the high grass, I seen something like a rope in the distance. But even like that, I didn't see the dog running around like with a chain on his neck. It was hooked up to a rope.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where the sound was coming from, but it was barking right beside me, and there was no dog.
Well, they, these creatures, they mimic. I mean, I've read and heard about, Bigfoot mimicking birds and, owls and, and bobcats and, stuff like that, and mimicking people, like, help me, that sort of thing. So, it could be a diversion, a tactic of, keeping you there or something, there's all kinds of, answers to these.
Yeah, I thought that there might have been a homeless person living over there where the dog was barking, but I didn't see nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I walked out, I thought that the dog was going to chase me or something. No dog. No dog beside me. I even waited there to see if I seen a dog coming through the path or the dog coming through the woods towards me. No dog. It was only in that section. It's kind of like something wanted me to get out of there. You know?
Yeah, definitely. You got out of there,
And I haven't debunked the whole video. I only debunked what I could because it was too loud. What I'm going to do is the sounds. That's what I want to capture is the sounds of the opening, like something was opening, and because the sound when it closed was real loud.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
And when I was there in the woods, I think I heard it again coming from inside the woods, and I like, how is it coming from inside the woods, metal to metal, or steel with steel,
Yeah, that's really interesting. because your background too, being a tank commander, you know steel, you've heard, you shut hatches, you know that sound. It's like that sound is not, in this reality that I'm in.
Even if it was
don't
a
occur.
garage door, right? Like those for the warehouses. Why is somebody going to open and close a garage door 3 different times within a matter of a minute or two? What's the point of
Yeah,
that?
strange.
Now, if you're going to open up the garage door, you're going to open up the garage door and it's going to stay open for the rest of the day. But why would somebody open and close it 3 times within a matter of minutes? It's crazy.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear that sound, because we all can we can make our own comments on sounds of doors and latches and hatches and different stuff shutting. So to me it just sounds like,
Because I got the video here. I can probably go to the part, see if y'all hear the sound, and play it. But I could also put on my earbuds, get to the point of the sound, and download the time frame when the sounds were happening, and make it so you can hear it louder.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's great.
Because I can make it through this thing that I got, where I download the video and make it shorter. But it's also got to enhance the volume so you can hear what's
Yeah,
around. So I can do
yeah,
that
sounds describe a lot of
to make it
things. Yeah,
to make it easier for the viewers.
right.
You know, I can do that tomorrow, and I'll put it up. If I'll do that tomorrow and put it up for y'all so y'all can check it out. But like I said, I can run the video right now if you have earbuds, and I can get to the point where I capture that imagery. But I like I said, I haven't debunked the whole video. When those pictures are just going through it rapidly, but I didn't have my earbuds on to listen. My brother was saying that there was something was saying something to me, and he gave me some time slots, time frames of when something was saying something to
Yeah.
me. But I need to put them on and really listen to debunk
That's the
it.
thing. If you had somebody with you too, it's like what happened to me a little bit about that UFO triangle that my wife and myself saw, is people get, their ears and their eyes, they're able to see or hear something different than what you would. So, it's also, like you said, having, another pair of ears hearing voices or whatnot, having 2 people, especially one that to cover your back, right? Oh my god. But it's true, people, and that happened to me. My ex-wife, she saw something different than I did. It was still the same object, but she saw, she saw the I saw the lights on that triangle, but she saw the physical nature of it. Like I was like looking at fascinated by the light, how big they were and so forth, but she was looking at the structure, what I'm saying. And, I didn't see that. I didn't see the structure. So, people see and hear, because they're different. Everybody's different, and they have, different abilities, whether they know it or not.
Let me share another one that was from inside the woods. Something I captured in there. I don't think I shared it. When I shared it, there was not that many viewers. But I'm going to show the regular picture, and I'll take it from there. Okay, let me share it one at a time. All right, here we go. Yes, I'll keep cousin Jesse in prayer. Hopefully You know, he's got to go through a lot of rehab and stuff like that to get back on track. I know he's a warrior. He's always been a warrior. I know it's within him. Sometimes things happen for a reason. I believe out of all this, there will be a blessing. What he's going through, there will be a blessing. When you go through something like that, you're never the same. Which I believe that he might have be disabled, have a disability check coming in. I believe that's you know that's something severe, in which normally when you go through a stroke or a heart attack, you know, then you're disabled because of what you went through. So we'll see. You know, I believe there's everything happens for a reason, and we just leave it up to the Heavenly Father. But yes, we will do something here for him whenever he feels better after what he's got to go through. The only thing we can do is keep him in prayer, like we've been doing. And if you're here, cousin Jesse, listening or watch the replay of this video, we love you, man. You know I love you, cuz. And there's a lot of people all throughout the show that've been keeping you in prayer and asking about you, that they miss you. So there we go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna share this other photos with y'all. I don't think I got to share this was last time, but let me share it with y'all. Uh, okay, here's the original photo of the woods in that's in that area where I was going to. You're saying, well, I just see bushes and a tree, nothing, no big deal, right? Just by looking at this, I'll leave this up for a little bit, about 30 seconds. Then I'll go to the next picture. So this is from when I would go into the woods. Uh, I'm already on the other side, and I took this. You know, I got my video. I'm recording, so that's where I'm recording. So full picture. Oh, there's another. I think there's another picture. Oh, no, that's too close. There's that one. There's this one. And if y'all can see it, let me know when you see it. I'll take a closer look so y'all be able to see it even better. There you go. So y'all tell me what you think about this picture. If y'all can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll place the picture there to the side.
Yeah, I see the one that zoomed way out. I see like a dog man up in the top left corner of that tree, a brown one. And then the one zoomed in, they're like, you know, again, when you're taking these videos, you know, you should be, you know, you could be capturing something at, you know, at a speed that our eyes are not seeing. So there's something there. I mean, I can't really make a guess at it. I mean, I see some faces there, but I could just be making that up. But
Yeah.
there's something there. But again, the camera speed, is a device that it's able to see unseen things that we can't see. So it's
Yeah, this
you know
like I want to point them out to y'all. There's several faces in here, but there's one face right here. It's standing here, but then it's weird because you can see a face here. When we talk about Lechusa shapeshifter skinwalkers, they carry this little, or the skinwalker shapeshifters, they carry hides of animals and stuff that they can manifest to. So then you see one here that's a face that looks kind of like an owl of some sort. See a face here, and what's weird about this is that you can see a face here also, and then of course another face up
yeah,
here. We get to the broader picture.
yep, frame speed.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
things
I
here,
mean, there's we
just like this one. You can see one here. So they're like all over the place, But
it's creepy.
the one that I wanted to share, besides, when we talk about harpies, lechuzas, y'all seen the pictures, right? Brujas, there you go. That looks like a bruja. The faces, like a lechuza. Then this one here that's just looking at me. It's got something here. I don't know if it's a wing or what, that is standing there, And the dog, you say you seen a dog,
Yeah,
my
if you
brother?
zoom out to the first picture, I see a dog, a brown one, up in the top left. Hanging out in the tree up there,
Okay,
looking out.
make the big one.
Yeah, the big,
Make the big.
the regular picture. Even zoom out more. Yeah, up there, top left. See the ears right there. Boom, just right there. That head. You see the head and the ears. He's
Yeah,
like out on a limb or something, but he's like laying down maybe and looking out. I mean, that's what I'm seeing up
yeah. This one just creepy because this one is looking right at me,
there.
man.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Right at me. I'm on the grass. That's the bushes, and it's looking right at me.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, frame speed. It's we can't see these things as they're occurring, but it's kind of giving us this. When you zoom in and still it, it's obvious that there's things there that unless we hear something, I mean that adds to it. But yeah, it's creepy. That's for sure.
yeah.
I mean, like, the God
Let
shields
me
our eyes.
let
I
me
mean,
stop
what
sharing that for
what
now.
if God really opened our eyes to see all this? I mean, we'd freak out. We'd like,
Well, it says that in the latter years, in which I believe that is now, that everybody's going to be able to see something
tell you
spiritually.
something.
That everybody's going to know Jesus Christ, because he's gonna bless you with the gift of seeing
Yeah,
things of the spirit. And I believe that's what's happening right
right.
now. There's a big spiritual awakening, and people are being awakened,
Yeah,
and they're able to see things that, like, you're like, whoa, what is
yeah,
that?
yeah,
You know?
yeah. And your channel is doing that. I mean, it's. I mean, look at you're zooming into this stuff. Like, I mean, who does this? Who's zooming in? On video, photographs. And you know, you start to see like some obvious stuff, and you're starting, it's making people believe like, wow, there's something going on here that this person's bringing out for us to see, and it's it's food for thought, you know, wake up people, that it's out there.
wish I would have had a camera on me when I faced that witch on that airplane. That I would have been able, so I would have been able to catch her on camera. I think I'm gonna might have to invest in something like that. Uh, so if I ever run into a situation, I just turn on the the recorder so I can catch her on
Yeah,
camera.
I mean, people have all that in their cars now. Backup their cameras for if they get hit. They got, a friend of mine's got a truck and he's got all these cameras on his truck, in case somebody, hits him or whatever, he's got the evidence for the insurance company. So I remember that Bigfoot guy, he had a camera facing backwards when he was walking forwards, I think he recently passed away, but he had a camera facing backwards, and he was capturing stuff,
What,
behind him.
what was his
I don't
name?
know. He just passed away recently, like a year ago.
Was it Scott?
Yeah, Scott Carpenter. Is that it? Somebody like that. But yeah, he had a camera on his shoulder facing backwards, and he was capturing stuff, behind, and then he would show it. I wasn't too much into that. I mean, I like the Dogman creature. I don't know why. It's just something that's, it's something that's causing, I mean, it's more of a scary creature that, just speaking about, what's the difference between Bigfoot and Dogman, but it seems like this Dogman creature, it seems to be this, its persona is it's more demonic. I mean, it's beyond, of course, it's not an animal, but it's something that's got an attitude you saw me, you didn't see me, and it's it's got that intelligence, you mess with me and you're gonna, you're gonna get it. I mean, it's I don't know what people hear through their heads, these things speaking to them. It sounds, oh my God, it sounds a lot more interesting. I mean, that's my opinion, but that's why, I'm kind of lured to your channel because, Dogman Wednesday, these different days, all these different things going on. So, oh my God.
Yeah,
I mean,
I capture a lot of things out
Werewolf
there,
Wednesday,
man.
it's like, oh my God, who has a day like that? I mean, it's like,
I just try to, cousin Jesse, that's his favorite day out of the week is Werewolf Wednesday because he likes to share his story of what he encountered, what happened to him, and of course he likes me sharing the mascot. I'm trying to find the mascot right now. Of But that's the mascot is for World Wednesday. Uh,
yeah, it's really fascinating. I get a kick out of all this. I mean, and I'm just I'm an armchair observer. I'm not going out looking for this stuff, but I can relate to it. I mean, I've had my own experiences, but it's to me, it's very interesting, to hear these stories. But again, the veil is lifting, and you're preparing us. That's what I'm looking at, Abe. You're preparing us for that time when stuff becomes more visible, and we'll be so accustomed to seeing it that most people, they may faint over this stuff. Who knows?
yeah, there's some that just want to continue to live the path that they're living. They don't want change. They don't want to awaken spiritually. They want to continue to do the bad things that they do, like certain individuals mess with people and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're unfortunately held down. And all we can do is pray for them that that they know that they do wrong, or like Wolf was saying, I'm not even aware of this stuff you guys are talking about. But I did want to make a comment also to Wolf that even the alternative media that's out there doing all these videos on the news, whether it be Rumble, BitChute, or whatever, there's people, and they're believers too. They're calling these people out on alternative media that they're not what they think they are, and not that they're trolling, but they're not standing for the absolute truth, so and there's a few people that are doing that, and most of the alternative media, they're they're doing the narrative of getting paid, and and doing their job, and they say they believe in Jesus Christ, but they're not bringing out the absolute 100% truth, because if they did, they wouldn't have a channel. So there's so I look around a lot on these sorts of things, but it all comes down to the Lord Jesus Christ, on like giving these people, why is this happening? So they bring this out. And to me, I gravitate to that. I see that, wow, I follow that person. And, but that's what Wolf was saying, on what you guys were talking about, which I have no idea about, all these, these trolls and so forth, all the stuff that's going on. But, again, that's like on the lower levels. But can you imagine the alternative media that these people are like, like the heads and shoulders of alternative media, these channels that they have, big subscriber list, but they're also, in on it. Let's just say, wow, that's, so, the deception, God said there, or Jesus said, there'll be a great deception, people will be deceived. And even the elect, I mean, you can take that word elect and like, well, let's break that word down. That means, people that big channels on Rumble, BitChute, Braithion, everyone, all of them. They bring some truth out, but the rest of it's like, misinformation to keep people, off balance on that. So, I mean, I'm just as a little spiel, because I do look at this stuff, and I've been fooled, and you live and learn about this stuff. So, but yeah, these photos are pretty.
I made the short reel. I believe it's a lechuza, what people call an owl. There behind me, it's something with a nose, man, like a beak. But there it is. It's turning its head towards me, looking at me.
That's strange.
I made a short reel of it. There it is. See the nose, and there's the eyes.
Yeah, like Wolf was saying, this state that you guys live in, I didn't really live in too many areas that had, this kind of foliage, and treat, that this kind of terrain or whatever to, or, these spiritual hexes and so forth. So it's really interesting to hear these stories that you guys experience in Texas.
Your brother Wolf in the house, I think. Okay. Let me drop.
And he's very
drop the link
articulate.
again.
This Wolf character, he's very articulate. He's I've listened to his voice and his, his wording, and it's very articulate. So it's, I feel a sense of, truth from him for sure.
How you doing, brother?
Hey guys. Just wrapping up my patrol thing here. We have police on site on one of these complexes we're at. And that's why I didn't speak right away. So we're finishing up the situation. But yeah, so I had a question for Scott. I don't know you. I mean, like, are you like I haven't met you before. I've never seen you in our chat. Are you familiar with Paranormal Roundtable?
Yeah, I actually I remember, listening to a show on this Dogman show, and I recognize your voice, and I'm going, is that guy that, he's like fabulous, and then I got a link, and then I went on, I'm going like, oh, I know that guy's voice. That guy is really cool, So I think I got into your chat thing, and I just recognize your voice from another show talking about, cryptids or something. And, it was like, oh my God, this guy's got his own, live podcast or whatever. I'm going like, that's pretty cool,
How long have you been listening to Abe?
Man, only a couple months, I think. And the thing about Abe's, what he provided, and it took me a while to get on, but I didn't know how, he opens up a show where, he has, Werewolf Wednesday or, different days to call in or whatever. And I'm going like, I got so many stories to say, I've got to share it with people because you guys are talking about the same stuff I love to listen to. And, I like all these stories, and I experienced, but it's always related to Jesus Christ for some reason. It's kind of like, I've had these epiphanies and I'm going like, man, what show talks about Jesus Christ, but also incorporates, cryptids? It's like, not many people do that.
Yeah.
So,
our show does that. Our show does that pretty regularly, and so does Abe. Probably one of the reasons why we're close the way we are. The reason I'm asking is because you said that you didn't know about the situation that we were going through with these people, and
no, I didn't, because I think it was only a week ago that I saw your show, and then Abe's is like, I don't know. I had a problem. I would make comments and tell stories on the comments, but it's like, man, I have to get on the show. I've got to get on that show some way. But one of the people on Abe's show, like she told me, you got to shut YouTube down so you can get on the show. And I'm going like, I looked everywhere, like how to get on that show, and then finally
trying to get on the show, but it couldn't.
One of the subscribers told me that, and I did that. I'm going, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really.
Well, what I was going to say, is that one of the things that I believe is happening with these people that are doing what they do, I think it goes beyond just regular trolling. I don't think these are just normal, ordinary people. I don't know about the lower level people. Like one of them jumped in the chat earlier, that Jessica person, and was saying a bunch of crap. She's a nasty mouth troll, and she knows she is, and she does the bidding of this other guy. But who is he doing the bidding for? Because that's the key. Is he just working for himself? Which is very possible that that's what he's doing. But if he is, he's definitely under demonic influence, in my opinion. Now, like I said, that's my opinion as a Christian. I believe that.
I fully agree with that. Yeah, it's everything is related to Jesus Christ, and Jesus points all that out. When you read those stories, you're talking about it's the greatest science fiction book they ever created. I mean, it's like those stories that in the Bible are like, it's like Star Wars stuff. I mean, this stuff is way beyond what they preach in the church. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I just think that what happens is these people, they get used by higher ups that become handlers for them, and then some of them deal directly with demons. And I know that this guy, he has. I mean, you can see all the signs are there. One of the things that people that are demonically influenced. And this isn't attacking or being funny or being cute. And they're going to say, they listen to Abe's show religiously, and they listen to mine religiously, and then they go and they insult and attack us from their little pulpit over there of Facebook. But what happens is these people become like the demoniac that Jesus confronted. This guy was like, just tore up from the floor up. That's what this guy is. He looks like that. Like, if you look at his disheveled appearance and his unkeptness, I mean, you just look at these people. They're unkept. I mean, they're dirty. They live in squalor and filth. And I'm not, like I said, this is not me talking crap. This is not being cute or funny or disparaging. I'm being just dead serious right now. Absolutely serious. I am not even joking, man. I mean, these people that do this stuff, they live in a squalor and filth that you can't even imagine. When Abe is talking about the roaches crawling around and all that, he's not joking about that. That was not even us. Now, of course, when you were talking about it earlier, Abe, you had the anger, and I get it, man. I'm the same way. I'm sick of their crap. I'm tired of the filth. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the deceit, the fraud. I'm tired of it all, and these people, they live in filth and squalor. And I don't have roaches running up and down the walls in my house. And so what they do is they try to, whatever it is that's going on in their lives, they try to take it and say that that's what's happening in your life. They've made up every kind of falsehood that you could imagine. They have tried to claim most recently that the dogman creature, whatever it was, the werewolf thing that I saw when I was 15, there were several witnesses to that. And this guy is now claiming that some eyewitness claims that it didn't happen. There was no eyewitness that ever said that. He's lying. That's what he does. He'll never produce any of these people that he claims. He goes around claiming that somebody that knows me talked to him, somebody that went to school with me talked to him, people that know me and Abe are talking to him. Nobody's doing anything, dude. The guy's just making stuff up off the top of his little weird looking head with his weird hats that he wears that are way too small for his big bulbous head. And he just says things that don't amount to a hill of crap. And when you watch this guy talk with Abe, what you were talking about earlier, and listen to what I'm going to say, folks, he is a case study in demonic obsession and I believe possession, if not early stage possession, full on possession, because these people, the more that they spew this hate and these lies and this venom, the more the door opens. And Abe, you call it, spiritual openings. And that is what it is. And if you look at their eyes, you can see, like in his eyes, the just the amount of dishonesty and evil that's there. This is my opinion. Okay. Now I'm not going to sit here and say 100% this is what it is. This is what I believe. And I absolutely 100% believe this. This man is possessed, and the less communication you have with him, the better. Under one of his fake aliases, he recently tried to reach out to us and we rejected it. And there can be no understanding with people like him. No peace, nothing. Just get the bottom line is get away from us, leave us alone, stop attacking us. You're doing it because we're Christians and you're not, and you're pretending that you are. But he thinks that we're a bunch of sheeple and we're not. He's dealing with a pack of wolves and he's learning about that. When you mess with one, you mess with all. And when you mess with the wolf, you get the fangs. And he's getting his ass handed to him and he doesn't like it. But folks, you have to be steadfast. For years, this guy flew under the radar and he was able to attack me and Abe. The earliest attacks on us go back about 4.5 years. For Abe, they go back, he said, 5 years now. And I'm not saying you don't know this, but I mean, if you have listened to either of our shows for any length of time, you would know the level of attacks that this guy has been doing. It is just so severe and it is ramped up, and he has just recruited other trash people. They're just trash. I mean, you can't even, the things that I know about these people, you could fill volumes of books, but it's just gossip and trash. And it's true, the stuff that I know about them, but why even bring it out? Because it's just trash. It's just trashiness. They live in squalor and trashiness in their minds. They live in that trash and squalor physically. They live in it spiritually, and they draw these demonic entities to them. You draw them to yourself if you live in a life of sin and grossness. I mean, disgusting filth. Everybody says the same thing, whether it's the Jews, the Arabs, whoever, the Eastern Asians, the Indian Asians, there's every culture on earth, the European, doesn't matter. They're like with the Fae, there's two kinds of courts, the Seelie and the Unseelie, the clean and the unclean. You will absolutely draw these creatures to you through your energy. Whatever it is that you're doing, you will draw that evilness to you. When Jesus was alive, the big mistake that a lot of people make is they think that Jerusalem is a holy city and that we're supposed to fight over it and slaughter one another. No. Jesus told his brother James that it's a city full of sin, and that he was to flee there because it was full of archons. Archons translates to fallen angels. And I believe when Jesus returns, he's going to restore it to what it was supposed to be, the new kingdom of Jerusalem. I do believe that. But right now, it's not. It's not a good place, and it's full of archons, and it has been since the time of Jesus walked the earth with physical feet. And I'm telling you right now, 100%, these people that are doing the things that they do, this is on a smaller scale, but from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top, these people that do these things, they are doing what the bidding of their masters, these demons, what are they? They're the disembodied Nephilim. That's what they are. They are the children of the fallen that disobeyed God. And in Enoch, it talks about, and we were talking about the weather earlier. In Enoch, it talks about how the weather is controlled by, there's angels that have this control over it. Well, if you look at it from a scientific standpoint, and we're living in this earth, the atmosphere could easily be manipulated by a higher power. And these fallen angels, what did they do? They gave man technology and things that they weren't supposed to have. We were never supposed to have all of this because we don't know what we're doing with it. You wouldn't give a child a machine gun and tell them, hey, go play with this, or a big old Bowie knife, to a 4-year-old and tell them, go play with that. They're going to hurt themselves. Same thing. And so now the wickedest among us have power. They have power. In this community, they have power to wreak havoc and destroy and cause all kinds of problems, mayhem. And they have the power to do these things in the highest levels of authority. And Jesus says we fight principalities, right? Plural, in high places. You're not just fighting one devil. That's a mistake. That's a trap that Christians fall into. Oh, you're fighting the devil. There is no the devil. There are bunches of these devils, and they dwell in these high places, and they rule the air. Jesus says that Satan is the prince of the power of the air. Like from the top to the bottom, they have the power. That means they have the power of the airwaves. They control what we see, what we watch, what we hear, what we think. They control the weather. Right now, what happened here in Texas was not a coincidence, not an accident. And I believe people like this guy that does what he does, that attacks me and Abe nonstop, doesn't work, and the system supports him, props him up, and gives him all day long to sit on his computer and hurt people and mess with people and do the vilest, evilest things and deceive people. And that's what he does. He does it all day long. And it cannot be overstated how bad people like this are for the community and for our world and for all of those that are just trying to live their lives, trying to do what's right, doing what Abe is doing, fighting the good fight, doing what I'm doing, trying to work, live my life, run my businesses, do my show. And these people just will not stop. There's nothing you can do. You can beg, you can plead, you can order, you can demand, you can do whatever you want, but they will not stop. They're like Terminators. They have a program, they have a function in this matrix, and that is absolutely to destroy, to, like Abe, you were saying at the beginning of the show, to discredit and to tear down people's reputations. You guys were talking about a guy earlier saying that the guy with the camera that won his bat, whatever. I'm not going to say anything more about that guy, but let's just say that there are people like him that this guy has latched onto, and he's deceived them, and he's turned them around and turned them into his little puppets and his people. And there are some like him. There are those people that go out there, and people in the community don't realize how dangerous they are because they're like little agents, just ready to go and do what they're going to do out in the community. And this guy just takes them and winds them up and releases them into the community full of their lies and their hatred. And they're like freaking jihadi bombers, dude. I'm telling you. That's what they are. And this guy, he is dangerous. He's very dangerous. I mean, there's no telling who he's going to get a hold of and what kind of spewing lies and hate he's going to breed and filth and that's going to flow from his mouth into their ears. And that wickedness is going to just build a nest in their brain. And he's turned friends of ours against us. He's turned people that we don't even know against us. A lot of people have woken up and have said, hey, this is crazy what's going on. And they've stood up and said that, enough's enough. And so there's more of us than there are of them. But the ones that are with him, they are fanatical. They are like a cult. And I'm telling you, man, we've talked to law enforcement about it until we're blue in the face. And, it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt, like you said, Abe. And the way things are going, that's probably going to end up happening. I'm not going to do anything. I hope you don't either. I'm not going to go and do anything physical, but will they eventually try to do something to us? Absolutely, I believe they will. They've stalked us. We've been run off the road. They've vandalized our vehicles. They've doxed us. They've told people where our business is, who my business partner is. They've told people where we live. They have done the absolute truth. So there you go. I just bring you up to speed with that. And, I don't want to just sit here and dwell on it, but this is all connected. Several of my friends in the UFO community have reached out to me and they've told me, they're saying, like, you're dealing with what we've been dealing with for a long time. And they specifically mentioned people like him saying, those people, they do something, they get in trouble, and then the shadow government picks them up, tells them, hey, to stay out of jail or whatever, go do this, this, and that, and they point them in the direction. And if they get a good enough person, a destructive agent, that'll do what they want them to do, then they let them stay free for a while. Not saying that that's what this guy is, but there's people like him. If he's not one of them, he's a damn good copy of them, because these people reached out to me and have told me this, and they have shows and they have, books that they've written and stuff like that. And they're UFO people, predominantly UFO people, but some of them are now crossed over into this community and in the ghost community. And what we've done with our conferences, and, Abe, me both, we've all done the same thing. We've kind of brought together these different, what do you call it? Different factions or whatever. I don't know. That's not the right word, but different like the UFO people, the ghost people, Bigfoot, Dogman, we've all brought them together. Aspects, yeah, whatever. There's this conference coming up called the Crossing Realms, and that's the official first conference that's going to bring it all together. But ours was really the first, and I'm going to say this, it was a Dogman conference, but and Abe, you were there. We had people from the ghost community, the UFO. We had a UFO panel. We were bringing everybody together, and me and Abe talked about it extensively. It's something that needs to happen in this community. And it's very important because all of these aspects are all just different arms of the same entity. And so we have to be prepared for anything and everything. And I do believe, like what you were saying, Scott, that there is a deception, and it's going to be more and more pronounced as time goes on. And you're going to start to see. And these people, like this guy, are going to become a dime a dozen. And the demons.
I wanted to interject real quick that what you're saying tonight, because I was puzzling. Like, Abe would get on a couple shows, I'd listen to, and he's saying these things, and I didn't get it. Like, and then tonight he was talking about this stuff, and I'm going, what is he talking about? But what's interesting is you came on to really set the foundation of what this is about, which you're showing, you're telling me like what's going on, because I don't think Abe really explained. He might have it went in one ear and out the other, and I'm going like I just want to talk about experiences and stuff. But since you're laying this whole foundation about these handlers, and they're using these. The demonic spirit and so forth. I mean, it does, prove now that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Wow. I mean, I didn't know. I'm glad you came on to explain to me, and the viewers that are listening too, that, you're showing, for new people that are coming on and listening to this now, they're, if they're staying up, all night to listen to this, the whole show, it's showing that, you're explaining it very, very well about, what's been going on between, both of your, channels. And I didn't know that at all, because I'm kind of new for the past couple of months, but I'm glad you came on, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's very important that people listening, that you guys understand the stress that it causes people like Abe and myself, and it's not right. I mean, it's a horrible.
I got the proof here, and I can share you, give you an example, of what he's done to me and to many people. Because I got it all here on screenshots, and I'll share it right now. We can start from the beginning, I guess. Let me see. So I see his face there.
And when you stop and think about it, Scott, like what Abe said, Abe is a combat veteran, and do you think it's right that this guy who doesn't even work, he's never been in the military, he lied. He told everybody that he was a police officer. He sat there on the phone with me and lied to me for like an hour and a half, like 2.5 years ago, and told me that he was a police officer and gave this big old story about how he worked accidents and he had to watch children be dead and all this. It was horrible. And I'm thinking, damn, now this guy's gone through some stuff, And he had me going. He had me believing it. And here's this guy, a lying fraud is what he is. That's absolutely what he is. And he attacks and trolls people. Like, I work all the time. I sleep 5 hours a day. I had a medical procedure today, and I'm still out running around. The doctor told me not to work for 2 weeks. I'm still doing it. I'm still running around, running my businesses, doing what I got to do. And Abe, combat veteran, served our country. And he gets attacked. He gets attacked. And he gets attacked. And he gets attacked. And these people don't stop. They don't stop. They don't stop. And it just keeps going. There has to be a conclusion to this. Law enforcement needs to do their job. Facebook, YouTube need to do their job and do something about these people. Because I'm all for free speech, but slander, libel, and attack is not correct. And when he talks about being attacked, no, man. The only thing you get is what you give. You attack people, they defend themselves. Stop saying you're being attacked and lying to the community. Because all you got to do is just look at what he's done to Abe. You don't have to look bad. It's real horrible what he's done to us. What he's done to my wife, my nephews, what he's done to Madeline. She's right there in the chat right now. Look at what that woman was saying about Madeline, saying that my nephew gave her a disease or whatever. These people spew lies out of their mouths.
Look at this one, Brother Josh, right here. There he is.
Demonic.
He put my face in the fake account that he created, and he put Stephen Michael McGee, and then it says, "No, I'm helping you to get Stephen. I'm not Stephen." That's what this person says. But then it says, "Not that all Stevens are the same." And I have booted that guy out. Then there he is again. "I'll get you a plane ticket to Oklahoma." Because that's him. Using my face, but he's saying, "I'll get you a plane ticket to Oklahoma."
You know what they did too, and I'll tell you this, Scott, they took screenshots of a private conversation between my wife and one of the women from Blondes and Booze, and they tried to make it, and they photoshopped, and Anthony, made a whole thing, pointed it out, exposed it as total fraud. And they tried to say that they were going back and forth and coming up with a conspiracy to have his child removed because he's been accused of doing things to, whatever. And man, all I can tell you, Mike, is nice try. You and your buddies, keep it up. Keep trying. Keep doing the fake bullshit that you're doing. You've been ordered by the court to take a psychosexual evaluation. Why is that? Why do you need to take that, Mike? I'm not even going to say it, Mike. You know. So stop pretending. Stop acting. Stop acting like you're a victim. You're not a victim. Nobody set you up, Ike. You did it yourself. You did whatever it is you did and got yourself in trouble.
Peterson Damon account. If you guys NPRT is back in Red King, see us. He's making fun of me, making fun of Sister Bettina Moss. And here where he gives himself away when he says, this is what he says: your numbers are growing and they can compete with boots on the ground. Boom. That's Mike.
Yeah, boots on the ground again. Well, that's his little battle cry. Yeah, and that thing about Jessica Jones, he did that whole thing. He started that whole thing. They were going into our chat and pretending to be Jessica and saying, "I stand with Jessica," or whatever it was that they were saying. It was a bunch of crap that was being said. And I know it was him now, I know, but at the time we didn't know. And so we've gone through absolute hell because of this man and
But
what he's done.
It is building your, of course, you guys are praying about this, and you guys are taking the arrows from the enemy and you're deflecting them, but it's also building your awareness that you're sharing. I mean, you're sharing, Wolf, you're sharing me tonight, this whole discussion when Abe got on, and I was unaware of it. I'm like, just to repeat myself, I'm going like, man, why is Abe? But what it is you guys are building this, this shield of protection, and also you're providing the viewers and the people online, to hear about. I mean, I was unaware of this 4 years going on, but anyways, it's, to me, it's bringing another aspect of what I've been researching, into the mix. But what's really interesting about both of you gentlemen is, this thing is with the name of Jesus Christ. I mean, they're attacking Jesus Christ, and you guys are believers, and which is also providing this. The truth of Jesus Christ is absolutely real, and so with you coming on to explain to me, Mr. Wolf, about this situation, and I'm just repeating myself, I didn't know that. So, I'm just repeating myself. I appreciate that to clarify, what was, I was so puzzled about this. Like, what's going on? I never, what is he talking about? And but you guys are creating, the skin of a rhinoceros. You guys are like, you're putting this armor on to, to strike back. And that's your, full right to do, to like, who else is going to hear this to say, hey, I've got an idea for you guys, who are the handlers behind this, who are actually running these people, and give, because the Lord, if we ask the Lord sincerely, he'll give us every tool available, for us. And I'm just saying that it's, to me, I'm hearing this, and I'm like I told, you weren't here, Wolf, and I'm going, the reason I'm with Abe is, I want to learn from him. I want to learn, from him, because, he's helping me with my walk. So, so I just wanted to end that. But yeah, thank you, Wolf, for clarifying that. Oh,
yeah, and if he's trying to teach people, and I do believe he's a teacher, and I by the same token I am too. But people are here at night. He's up late at night. I listen to him all the time, and I've been talking to him for years, and he knows what he's talking about, and that's why I listen. And it burned me. I didn't know he was going to talk about. Honest, I did not know what he was going to talk about tonight, other than the thing about the airplane. I wanted to hear what happened with this witch, and this kind of stuff happens a lot. We're hearing about it all the time, and so I show up, and Abe is on a rant about this guy, and it just makes me so sick because he has to do this, and it's not like he doesn't have a choice. It's not like he can go, oh yeah, I'm just going to ignore it, because you ignore cancer, it just gets worse and it gets worse and it gets worse. And that's what this guy does. He's like a cancer. He's like a cancerous tumor. He just gets worse and worse and worse, and it doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It doesn't go away. So the people, the naysayers that say silly things because they don't know any better, and they say block and delete, ignore. Yeah, you can do that with one of his accounts, but this guy's unlike anything else. Like, he has a bunch of fake accounts, and he does it over and over and over again, and he duplicates, and he has all these. He'll make fake accounts of us. He's made them of me. He's made them of Abe, and he says vile, horrible things. And there's no telling how many people he's infected with his lies with these fake accounts. Now, I don't know how many of his people really know to the extent of what he does, because we don't even know. And he might even hide it from some of his people, because maybe, just maybe, they're not all evil. Maybe they're deceived. That's a possibility too. And maybe they don't know. So I'm trying to be nice here, give them benefit of the doubt. I don't believe that really. I think most of them do know, and I think they're being willful ignorant, which is a little different than being ignorant. Being ignorant means you really don't know, but being willfully ignorant means you're choosing to not know. And therein lies the difference. And I think that is the big difference is that they're not innocent because they're choosing to ignore, because they hate. They want to hate me. They want to hate Abe. They want to hate everybody, on our side, because they've made this into a us versus them thing. And they say the most vile, most wretched things that they can come up with. And, when they get it done back to them, when somebody says something back to them and claps back, then they turn it into, oh, I'm a victim. We're being attacked. And it's like, no, you started this whole thing. This whole damn war that you started. Now, the question, though, is why? Did they do it at the behest of someone or something? Is there some type of entity at the head of this? An entity can mean an organization. It could be a demonic entity, because we really don't know. We don't know.
I think it probably, since the internet is so big, YouTube, all these channels, it's got to be a spiritual connection where the people in these high places that control, Facebook and YouTube and Rumble and, Breakion, all these, right, is these people may not be believers. So, they could be attacked and being handled quite easily of doing the wrong thing, and they don't even know it. Just like you said, they could be deceived and not know what they're doing at all. But believing in Jesus Christ always gives you that be in fear of the Lord. The fear of the consequences of your actions, and these people are being handled by let's face it, we all know that Google is controlled by, the NSA, and it was all developed. Facebook was, DARPA and the rest of this. So, but do these people really believe in Jesus Christ? I doubt it. Because very few will find the narrow gate, and broad is the way. It says it right there.
Did you see any of the stuff that I was sharing, Brother Josh?
I've been driving, and I just now got to a place where, we had a bunch of stuff going on. So
I was trying to share all the stuff, all the things that he was saying that he's done to me. I was trying to share that, but I don't know if it was being shown. I was going through it, but I don't think it was being shown, because I don't think I was sharing it.
And folks, Scott, everybody else, this stuff is a nightmare, dude. Like, going through what we've had to go through with this guy and with these people and doing what they do, it has been like a nightmare. It's like if you went to sleep and you had a bad dream, literally, and you woke up and it was this. That's exactly what it's been like. It has been like a nightmare. You want to wake up and just go like, okay, yeah, that good thing that never really happened, But no, it is happening, and it does happen. And there's nothing you can do. Like, you can just sit there and just know that it doesn't end. There is no peace with these people, and they are just ridiculous, man. Just ridiculous.
Well, you guys have platforms, you know, you got these platforms, and, you know, that's, you know, the enemy doesn't like that. So, you know.
Yeah.
That's it, man. I mean, you guys have these platforms, and
Here you go.
you know,
You got,
you know, in my view, they're very huge. They're very huge.
Janice Blake right here saying that she had fun messing with us with the Damon Peterson account. Talking to Mike on here.
And just to put it in perspective, Scott, Janice Blake, she's a psychologist from Virginia. And a psychologist, she actually treats patients, and she actually put pictures of one of her patients who cut herself. She posted those. And she has done terrible, terrible things to help Mike and further his aims, including lying to the board of psychology in Virginia. She lied. Us and some people of Bettina's, another YouTuber podcaster that was attacked. One of her people turned her in, you know, and we turned her in. And so she's kind of laying low now. She don't say a whole lot because she knows that but man, the things she was doing and saying. And then he had another woman named Dana that was just horrible, saying actual prayers for our death, praying to Yahweh, to Yahshua, saying that she wanted for us to be killed and destroyed. And then she would end it with, you know, in Yahshua's name. And I'm like, oh my gosh. These are the people that he runs with. Another guy used to be a supporter of my show. He works on roofs. He's a former law enforcement guy. Just, in my opinion, he's one of the craziest people on the internet, dude. He is absolutely just a wingnut. First time he started anything with me, he said that I was attacking his alma mater. He's an Aggie. He's a Texas A&M fan, whatever. Lied to us, told us that he played for the Dallas Cowboys, that he was a fighter pilot, that he played for the Aggies. Never did any of those things. None of it, dude. Said he was in law enforcement for 30 years. That's not true. He was in law enforcement, but not for 30 years. And he bounced around from place to place because he never stayed anywhere more than a couple of years, because I guess he, you know, things happen, you know. But he used that guy, and that guy drove a wedge between me and Abe and this other friend of ours that was, you know, had our same mindset, had everything. We were all friends, dude, and they just drove a wedge. And they just kept on digging. And then they go on and they brag. They brag about how they did it. They bragged openly and publicly, which makes me think that the guy that you know, he must never have been our friend to begin with if he's that stupid to go along with this ridiculousness that they did. And then they openly bragged about it, you know. And, you know, this guy, we call him Ike, you know, and Ike, you know, this is true. You managed to hook the roofer and turn him against me. And then he managed to hook the other guy and turn him against me, you know, and they just, it's like this parasite, you know, they just parasitize one another. But you know, the thing is, they already had it in their minds and in their hearts to be that way, or he wouldn't be able to turn them, you know, so they're just as guilty as he is, as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, he did destroy some friendships that I had with people, and he absolutely was at the heart of that. But yet he cries about conspiracies. The conspiracies. How about the conspiracy that you and Janice Blake committed against my nephews and me to try to say that we committed a home invasion, and you spread that all over the internet? You know, the conspiracy that you keep making, it's actually a conspiracy that he's doing, trying to say that we've committed a conspiracy to take his kid. Nobody tried to take your kid, dude. You can't make the state of Oklahoma do jack shit. They're going to do whatever it is that they're going to do. And if they're looking at you, then what did you do? I still don't know the whole story, and probably never will, because this guy's not going to be punished because he hides behind his 164th Cherokee. And the Cherokee Nation isn't in no hurry to prosecute this guy because they don't want to have to deal with it because it makes them look bad. And they know that their system is set up ridiculous. It's a ridiculous system that somebody that could have that little Cherokee blood is considered part of the Cherokee tribe. You can look at that guy and tell he's not native. He's not native at all.
Well, yeah, that's, but again, Jesus said, you will do greater now he's talking about you guys. You will do greater things than I did. So you guys have these platforms, right? So you have to think of this Bible about, what Jesus is telling us in the future, and, the enemy is there, trying to thwart that, what's going on. So again, I always like when I see you guys talking in these platforms, and what interests me, because you guys are bringing 100% truth. You're bringing truth out, on cryptids. I mean, and they're interdimensional. I didn't know that. I didn't know that interdimensional stuff until I kind of thought it, but it's kind of like I started going back in my mind, and what I told Abe that one time about Bigfoot was walking in the snow and then the footsteps disappeared, and I saying, you know what? Hey, wait a minute. I remember that, reading that, and is Abe on to something on this interdimensional thing? So, I started to really research that, and I'm going, oh my God. And then the Book of Enoch and so forth, because I did order that book, and I'm going so over 3-4 months, but again, Jesus is saying, you will do greater things than I, meaning we'll have the internet, we'll have these discussion groups, and, exposing the trolls, the handlers, people in alternative media, which I've talked to Abe, I mentioned that earlier in the show about, and these people that are exposing the alternative media bigwigs, and these people that are exposed these are the true believers in Jesus Christ. And the other alternative media, they say they believe in Jesus Christ, but they're not bringing the full 100% truth out concerning, these topics of today. So, it's kind of, I'm trying to get back to where I started here, is your platforms are, they are very, very important. Very important. I mean, this is my own opinion, but, to me, everything comes down to the spiritual connection, and we're all spiritual beings. So, man, get with it. We have to be able to understand what's happening to us. And for the listeners that are hearing your show or Abe's show, and which, I've just been on Abe's, doing his listening, quite often for the last few months, is, there's this whole thing about spiritual warfare is really, it's really being disclosed now more. So, I congratulate both of you gentlemen to, bring this out, in the open more, because it's to me, it's really filling my spirit, more. So I just want to end with that,
Well, Scott, one of the things, excuse me, one of the things that, he's got a platform too, this guy. He's got a show. And of course, most of his numbers, I'm pretty sure, are fake. You could look at Social Blade and look at the unnatural growth and the way. And then, with that woman that got on and was spewing all that hate earlier in the chat before she got booted, she's one of his flunkies. Well, she was saying that he's doing better numbers than we are. No, he's not, sweetheart. He is not. He absolutely is not. At the beginning of the month, he'll do a show and it'll get 10,000 views, which in my opinion, it's not real. You don't get 6 likes on a video and have 10,000 views. You don't get 10,000 views on one episode and then the rest of your episodes for the entire month are getting 200, 500, 600, 700, whatever it is. It doesn't work that way. And the algorithms don't work that way. And I know damn well it's not really happening. That's because when he gets paid, when he gets his government check, and I'm not even joking, Ike, this is what I truly believe. It's my opinion, prove me wrong. You go and you run and you buy those views on one of those shows and make it look like you're just doing some amazing numbers. It's not happening, because when you turn your channel into attack Abe Seas, attack Josh Turner, attack, Madeline, attack, Helbin Holler, attack Blondes and Booze, all the people you attack, basically. When you turn your channel into that, that's going to be what you are. And nobody's going to come watch you fumble around in the woods. Sparky laid it out there. That guy, God bless that guy. I don't even know him. I need to get to know him. It just cracked me up. I was watching it yesterday. You got to see it, man. The guy just lays it out there.
I've seen it all the way through, man.
I didn't see the whole thing.
Yeah, he called him out. What I already knew about him, that he was fraudulent. He called it out. Just like I've seen it, he's like basically took the words out of my mouth, because he called it just like how it is. How I see him.
Yeah, and I was talking to Tony about it. He's one of our co-hosts, Scott. And we were talking about it yesterday. I think it was this morning. We were talking about it, and I was getting ready to go for my procedures. And it blew my mind, how I've never really sat there and watched this guy much. I don't stalk his channel. My hand to God, I don't even, there's been a couple times when I've gone over there and tried to say something when he's just running his mouth about it and just lying. And he had a video one time he was playing of me saying something, and I said on the chat, just play the whole thing. Play it all. Don't just pick and choose. He does this little thing with me and Abe where he cuts apart what we say, and he plays little snippets. Like he tried to say that I called him an engine, and him and Blake, the fat ass lady, that the psychiatrist or whatever. Folks, let me tell you, what they did was they rode that horse until it was dead, saying that I called him an engine. That was not what happened. They took a snippet of what I said. Then they tried to do this whole, him and Jessica, because he's always got a little helper. Jessica's his latest. He had Brooke Siegler. Now he's got Jessica. I guess Brooks wised up and got away from him. He used to have Wendy Guizdala. Now she's with us because she wised up. He's always got some woman that's helping him, right? So he's got Jessica now. She's the flavor of the month, but he's got her helping him. And so they made some video, and they cut it to where it looks like I'm saying I love Hitler. And then Anthony, my other nephew, he's saying, what are you going to do about it? They're basically, I'm over there like saying, yeah, right, dude. Like, this is how stupid and ridiculous it is. My mother is Hispanic. She's actually Comanche and Spaniard. And my dad, he's white. But I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, they're just a white guy. No, my dad's family is predominantly Cossack, and we have, it's almost all Northern European, basically. And so, it just aggravates me that this guy who doesn't even know his own heritage, he lied on one of his videos. I got a clip of it. Somebody sent it to me. And it's him basically saying that his grandfather walked the Trail of Tears. Now, your grandfather was not around in the 1830s, Mike. He was not around in back when that happened. No way, no how that he was around at that time. Your grandfather wouldn't have even been around during the Civil War, dude. So that is completely false. So whoever walked the Trail of Tears that got on that those rolls or whatever that gave him the right, because they're not going by blood, they're going by whoever's name was on those rolls. So if that is the case, then that would have been your great grandfather, Mike. Okay, that makes you like 164th Cherokee, my friend. So you absolutely are a fraud, in my opinion, in every shape or form. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You are welcome to meet me on Rumble. Any one of you pack of roaches over there can meet me on Rumble. Me and Abe can get on there. We can do a tag team. You and Jessica, however y'all want to do it. Doesn't matter. I'll take you all on. I've been fighting you all anyway. What does it matter? And I will absolutely destroy you on there with the proof of everything I have. You can lay down your proof that you claim you have, which you don't. And let's see who comes out on top. I promise you, even if it's circumstantial, I can show you, folks. I'll show you what we got. And we post it in PRT News. It's right there. Go to PRT News and you will see the truth. Scott, you're welcome to go join. Go look at PRT News. It's right there. All right. All right. I don't make memes of them. There are people that do. I really don't like that. I don't go along with that because I want it all just to be the facts. All the facts, because they spew all this hate and make all these silly things and say all this crap. But sometimes people just get tired of their shit. Like Madeline, she's just tired of your shit. So yeah, she's done being nice, trying to be, whatever. We're not. There's no more being cool, nothing. You wanted war, you brought it. This is what you get. You call yourself Billy the Kid and you think that you're Wyatt Earp and all this other shit. No, dude, you're Ike. You're Ike Clanton. You're 100% Ike Clanton. Go watch the show. It's a documentary called Wyatt Earp and the Cowboy War. Go watch it. You will see him, and you will see exactly what Ike Clanton does on that video. It is exactly what this guy does. Abe, you got to go check it out. Go watch it. You'll see. He is Ike Clanton 100%. 100%. That is what you are. Quit pretending like you're Doc Hoddy and the Earps. You're not. You're not Billy the Kid, dude. You're the bad guy. You always will be because you put yourself in that light. You totally blaspheme God in everything you do. You attack your fellow Christians. If you were a Christian, which you are not, you wouldn't be doing this. You would not be doing these things. 100%. The faking, the lying, the fraud, I got a bug on me. I got a bug on me. And a guy in a bunny suit or a woman in a bunny suit walks behind you. Dude, everything you've done, throwing a rock and saying it's Bigfoot, tapping people on the shoulder and pretending like there was a ghost there or whatever, all the things you've done, putting recorders out in the woods so people can hear babies crying, whatever. Dude, you have done so much chicanery. And shame on anybody who goes along with this guy and jumps in bed with this dude. They usually jump out of it, but there's a few knuckleheads, like I named earlier, some real stupid people. In my opinion, they're all very, very stupid people, very stupid, because they go along with a fraudulent, lying man who is on the hot seat for some despicable things, if he's guilty of them. I can't say one way or the other because I don't know. I'm not you, Ike, but God knows. So even if we as man don't know the levels of your sin, the thing that I don't like are these people that run around pretending to be these pious, good Christian people, and dang well they're not. They act like they're without sin. And him and the roofer and all of them, they act like that. They act like they're good, honest, holy people. They're always praying and prayer requests. Stop doing that because you are not of God. I am one of those people that I'm the first one to admit that I've lived a life of sin. I have screwed up. I have made mistakes. I have just totally failed God in every shape or form you could fail God. I have failed him. I absolutely have. You know why? Because I'm not perfect, because I'm not Jesus, because I am a man. I don't have the patience of Job. I don't have the insight of Christ. I don't. We are people. We are fallible. So what you do is you say, God, in the name of Christ, forgive me for my sins. Please forgive me for my sins. I have failed. I do it every day, and tomorrow I'll do it again, but I'll try. I will try. I will make an honest effort to be more righteous every day so that hopefully, fingers crossed, when I die, when I'm looking at St. Peter, he says, come on in. You've done your job. I may not get the best seat at the table. I may not get the biggest mansion in heaven. I just hope to make it. That's all I'm trying to do, because I have been angry. I have cussed. I have just flipped out, lost my cool on people, done all kinds of crap. Everybody does. I have a past, and it's as checkered as anybody's. But I am not guilty of the things that this man is, and I'm not guilty of the sins that they accuse me and Abe of. They accuse us of everything under the sun, and it is absolute lies. Everything that comes from them is a fraudulent, thought-out lie that just comes out of their mouth because they think it, then they say it. That's what they do. And it is premeditated slander.
Well, Mr. Wolf, the enemy, it infiltrates, right? We all know that, that it's and I'll give you an example. A long time ago, I used to be on a lot of radio shows. I used to live in Iowa, but they had a radio show in Missouri. And, I called in, and one of the gentlemen there that was on the show, Sergeant Major Robert O'Dean, he was like a UFO investigator. You can look his name up. And he told me, like I said, well, it's that UFO, organization called MUFON. What do you think about that? And he's told me, he goes, it's all infiltrated. It's all infiltrated. And this was coming from somebody, that worked at NATO, and all that sort of, you could look up his background. So, I was waking up to all this stuff and maybe 93. And so, it's an infiltration. So, what you guys, and I'm not an expert on this, this is my own opinion, but I see these attacks, it's coming from a higher up organization, like you said, Wolf. It's something directing these people, whether it's demonic or whether it's, an elite organization that's, paying these people secretly, whatever. But it's, it's an infiltration. And, they see, you guys have these platforms that are bringing, Jesus Christ out in the open, and, it's becoming, and I see a lot of these people that I listen to primarily are only people that believe truthfully in Jesus Christ. And I'm saying to myself, oh my gosh, Scott, I mean, what is happening here? Like, I see this, and I love it. I love to hear that, and it's like I'm astounded by, I hear, well, let's pray for this. Let's pray, and I'm going like, are you kidding me? I can't believe this. I love this so much.
What you need to do, Scott, is do the show with Abe. Come on our show. Come sit in on our show. We're gonna have.
I was, but I was down in Tucson. I'm a musician, so I was down there doing some stuff down there. And
but I don't mean like today, right now. I mean like come on.
I wanted to get on your show, Wolf. To get on there because I saw that, but maybe next time. I was kind of busy this whole last week.
Yeah, we didn't actually do a show yesterday because I had to do that operation today, but so I didn't make it last night, folks. Sorry, but I'd love to have you and Abe on. You guys come on. We got some stuff planned for tomorrow, but I don't know. We could always talk about just about anything on the show. Wednesdays we just do. And so there's always something to talk about. We always have stuff going on, people's encounters or somebody tells an encounter.
Yeah, because I went on there and made some comments, and I'm going like, oh, I know that guy's voice. So I saw your face, and I'm going like, oh my gosh, I love this guy. So I will, I will look forward to that, opportunity. And again, Abe, you're special, man. You'll have to listen to that story, Wolf, about that airline thing. That's a trip, man. I've never heard anybody talk about that on a aircraft, physical aircraft in the air. I've never heard that before, and I can see that happening definitely. But he's bringing that out. As tonight's show, as a story, and I'm like flabbergasted because it's like, oh my gosh. I
shared that story when I came back on the was it a Sunday when I shared it, what happened. But I was still trying to recuperate from the jet lag and stuff like that. Even yesterday, they only did an hour show because I was trying to recuperate from the jet lag. I think it was Sunday when I shared it, or probably Saturday night. I can't remember.
Abe, tomorrow night, because I got some stuff planned for tomorrow night, but I have to talk to this guy. It's a continuation of that stuff that was going on in the Ozarks. And I need to talk to this guy, and I still haven't. So I'm planning to talk to him in the AM tomorrow. But I don't go to sleep until like 7, and then I get up about, noon. Probably that's my plan anyway. I usually wake up earlier, but I can't sleep more than 5 hours a night. I just can't, and it's afforded me over the course of my life the ability to do a lot. When you have 19 hours in a day, and then about once every 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks, I'll sleep 6, 7, 8 hours. Not usually 8 hours, but maybe 6 or 7, and then I'll wake up, and then I'll take a nap every night for about 30 to 40 minutes, but right before I go to the gym. And then I will, on usually once every maybe couple of weeks, I'll take an app and it'll go like maybe 2 hours. So that's my sleep schedule. So I don't sleep a lot. And I found out, Anthony had sent me an article that showed that there is a gene in certain people, and it's not real low, but it's not real high either. It's like less than 10%. But so it's almost 10%, I think, something like that, of people actually can function like that. Because when I talked to my doctor about it, he asked me about my sleep, and I told him, I said, well, I get this, and that. And he says, well, your cortisol levels are extremely high. But he was the first one to tell me, he says, there are people who, because he's been doing this for 40 years as a doctor, he started, when he was, real young, and he's like almost 35 years, I guess. Well, he's been my doctor for 26 years. And so he told me, he says, look, there are people who can absolutely function like that. So he was checking my cortisol levels and they had gone back down. So he was happy about that. And then he told me, he says, there are people who can function on that level of sleep. And, and he said, how long have you been doing this? I said, my whole life. Also, I have a very low resting pulse. My pulse when I was playing football in high school, I remember at the beginning of the season, it was either my freshman, I think it was my sophomore year. And the doctor comes to the field house, and you're just sitting in the office with the coach, and you come in, you do the physical, whatever, instead of you having to go do it, on your own time, which they do in middle school. When I was in high school in my hometown, they just did it, and the doctor they were freaked out because my pulse was 42. And they were like, what the heck? Why is this guy's pulse so low? Well, I've been an athlete my whole life. I've worked out my whole life. I've lifted weights my whole life. And now when I go to my doctor, he just expects that my pulse is probably going to be in the 40s. If it's in the 50s, it might be. It's once in a blue moon. But if I'm lifting weights really hard, like I can get it up to about 70, but my pulse is low. And the low resting pulse is good, actually, if you do, because it keeps you from, it's how the oxygen gets to the brain, and your body doesn't have to burn a whole lot of oxygen trying to keep you going. Even if I'm a big guy, I've always had lots of endurance. I haven't had a lot of problems. I lift weights. I'm pretty strong. And they're just, that goes along with people who don't have to sleep a lot. It's like a gene, and I can't remember the article. Anthony had sent it to me. And if you're listening to Anthony, see if you can find that article. I think I posted it in Facebook and Instagram, but I'll repost it. But it's about people who don't need to sleep more than 5 hours a night. I'm one of them. I can tell you that. So it does afford you the time to put in to do these things. Now, I have been told that a lot of people, they need like 8 hours of sleep. That's alien to me. I don't know what that's like. I've never had to do that. So it does give me more time to hustle and do what I got to do. That's why I'm able to get up, go to bed 6, 7 in the morning after I've worked, wake up and be ready by noon to start my day. Usually I'm up by 11 a.m. and I'll start my day and I just go all day. And then I go to sleep for about 30 minutes to 40 minutes before I go to the gym. I'll hit the gym an hour, hour and a half. I do it 4 nights a week, at least, maybe 5. And then I'm fine, And so this has been my life. And I've been doing this for decades. I mean, decades, man. Since I was a teenager, as long as I can remember, I've always just not slept a whole lot. I've never been a big sleeper. So if you have that, you got to use it. So, idle mind, devil workshop. Everybody knows that. So I keep myself busy. I keep myself occupied. I invest. I do all kinds of stuff. And I keep myself going. I keep my mind going. Nearly every day. If not every day, then it's probably every other day. I maybe take 1 or 2 days off, if that. I'm talking with people either through email or through Messenger on these different social media platforms. I'm getting people's stories. I'm talking to them on the phone, or we're texting, or whatever whatever the medium is, and we talk, and I get people's encounters. Now, one of the things I've heard this guy say is that, well, I don't have any more stories. I don't know how to get more stories. How do you get more stories? Maybe if you leave your property once in a while and you go and you interact with real people. Like if I go to a grocery store, I talk to people about my show. If I or my business, to get business. I will talk to, if I go somewhere where I think they can use security, I will sell them security. If I think that this person has a story, I will get it. I talked to a guy that owns a gun store the other day. He gave me an amazing story. I talked to a waitress. She gave me a story. I talked to her boss, the manager of the place. He gave me a story. Every time I go somewhere, I get an encounter. This morning, I was chatting with the nurses, got 3 stories. A lady was in a dentist's office. She had an out-of-body experience while she was in the dentist's office. Anthony was right there. So was Nellie when this woman told us what happened. You get these encounters and these stories because you talk to people. You talk to people and you find out, and understanding the human condition is very important. And I will say this, folks, and listen to what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to wrap this. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. One thing about people who are sociopaths, they do not understand the human condition. If a person gets hit by a bus or a car, whatever, on the side of the street, they will stand there in bewilderment and wonder why everybody's making a big deal out of it. They don't understand what it means to love, to care. They don't have compassion. The love foundation that Abe talks about is as alien to them as if you were to put an octopus on the moon. They have no clue, no compulsion at all to follow those tenets and to understand or to grasp what it means to have a love foundation. Of all the things that you've taught, Abe, over these years, the one thing that I think is the most important is that you always point out that Christ wants us to have a love foundation. I have kept that close to my heart, and you taught me that, Abe. And it's not like you taught me like you were the first one to teach me that, but you kept talking about it ad nauseum to where I was like, man, I'm getting tired of hearing this guy talk about this love foundation. And then I'm like, it's like when bottled water first came out, you're like, bottled water, I guess I'll try it. It's like it just becomes a part of your life, except this is a lot healthier than bottled water, because the love foundation that Abe talks about, folks, is very, very important. It is the fundamental building blocks of your spirituality. When you take supplements, people ask me about supplements all the time. I work out all the time. I lift weights. I tell people, don't even take a supplement if you're not going to take a vitamin. If you're not going to take a multivitamin and take it correctly, don't take other supplements, because they're not going to work, because they work through chemical chain reactions in your body. And through those chain reactions, they need certain enzymes and they need certain vitamins and certain minerals, right? If you are building a spiritual foundation, which is connected to the mind, body, spirit connection, and if you're building that spiritual connection to anyone or anything, you have to have that fundamental love foundation. Attain and maintain the love foundation that Abe is talking about. You really got to buy into that, man. I'm telling you, you should market that, and you could be a motivational speaker, Abe, but just come out there, talk about the love foundation and drop the mic and tell people we give you $100. But you don't even do that. And you don't even charge on your show. You don't even have a thing where people can donate money to you. See, because he's giving you advice for free, and he's telling you, and it's stuck through my big head, okay? And I got a big head, and it got through my big, thick skull. I'm like, you know what? Even though these people do the horrible things they do, they say the horrible things they say, I get angry, I get upset, Abe gets upset, he loses his cool, so do I. We're grown men. We're warriors. That's what people do. You get upset, right? But at the end of the day, you have to maintain a love foundation. Why? Because Christ said so. Why is Christ important? Because every time somebody has an encounter with one of these aliens, demons, vampires, ghosts, werewolves, whatever the heck they are, all they got to do is say, Jesus, help me. In the name of Christ, I rebuke you. And what happens? It ends like that, like that. And now I'm telling you, this could almost be scientifically proven to be the case. And I know these people who are attacking us, they're sitting there snickering, going, for Christ. You know why? Because they haven't the slightest inkling of what it truly means to be a child of God. They don't have the slightest inkling of what it is to have a love foundation. They don't understand it. It is alien to them. It's as alien as if we were living in the bottom of the ocean. They have no clue what it's like because they don't have it. They've never had it, and they never, ever, I repeat, never, ever will. Why? Because their behavior screams sociopathy, sociopathic, psychopathic behavior. Absolute insanity. And that's what you get when you don't have Christ and you don't have a love foundation and you don't maintain it. You get demonic oppression, you get demonic obsession, which leads to possession. And I say this all the time. Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge. Their lack of knowledge is the cult of ignorance, and it leads to what? The cult of death. You will absolutely pay the wages of sin with your death. And where you go is the worst part. You're not going to, it doesn't get any better. This roller coaster ride that they're on. And I hope you guys are out there listening, you snickering hyenas. I hope you're listening because it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. You are going to hit wall after wall after wall. Your arrows and your slings are going to fall. They're not going to penetrate us. They're not going to hurt us. And all you're going to do is have it reverberate back on you, and your life will be absolute horror. And then when you die, the real horror will begin because you cannot attain or maintain a heavenly love foundation the way Jesus Christ, the Son of the one most high, the one true living God, the only one that really matters, the one that can give you the second death or give you eternal life. His Son said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I'm the only way to the Father. And you have spit right on his garments by doing what you've done to us and to other people. And it doesn't matter whether we're holy Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Buddha, it doesn't matter. You were supposed to love your fellow man as Jesus loved us, and you are not doing that. And you have turned our hearts hard. And one of the things that I will say, but Sister Bettina told me, she goes, Wolf, I hate the way that they make me hate them. She's like, I fear hell. I've heard my own wife echo these sentiments. She's like, I fear that hating these people because they're so evil and so vile what they do. And it makes us hate them. But don't do it. Don't do it. It is a pitfall. It is a trap laid by the devils that were trying to make us enter into the contract of the abyss with them. Don't go. Don't be drugged down by these people. They are the mouthpieces of the shaitan, of Satan here on earth. That's what they do. They're agents of the evil and the age that we're living in, the time of sorrows. Don't let it happen. Listen to what Abe is saying. Listen to these people that are teaching you this. And Scott, it's a blessing that you come. You know, I don't know you, and I'm glad that you showed up, and I'm glad that you listened to Abe, and I'm glad that you are, interested in this because it's correct what he says. The Heavenly Love Foundation. Jesse was a good guy. He still is a good guy. She's going through some horrible stuff right now. We got to pray. We got to lift him up. But I have no doubt in my mind that man, even though he was crass and he said some stuff, I know it's funny, but we cuss, we say things because we're not perfect. We're not perfect Christians. We're sinners. But if he passed, I know that he would go to where he's supposed to go. And he would be with Christ because he believed. And Jesse he's a believer. He goes to church. He tries to maintain what Abe talks about, a love foundation, because Jesus says love covers a multitude of sin. You know what that means? That means you can be not a good person. You're trying, but you're failing. You keep trying. That's the main thing. It's all about the intent, right? Everything fits the way it's supposed to in God's kingdom. But then you fail. But Jesus says, hey, well, hold on. You love with all your heart. You love me. You love the Holy Spirit. You love God, my Father. And he says, you love your fellow man and your neighbor as you love yourself, as I love you. You get it. You understand, and you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're not a sociopath. Folks, all of you listening tonight, you would not want to trade anything in the world to be one of these people that attack us. Nothing on earth is worth your salvation. Because these people...
Just let me interject another word for people that what you're describing is narcissistic people. If you look that word narcissism, that is exactly the same word you're describing, because I listened to a channel of a guy that talks all about that. And that's exactly this word that you're describing, Wolf. The same person, same kind of, ideology that they believe in.
They can't even get out of their own way, Scott. And what's going to happen, they're going to be brought to ruin. Maybe in this world, maybe in the next, maybe both, because they are doing everything backwards. And I have tried to appeal to these people. There's no hope. The only thing they're going to stay in their lie and then their deception and their deceit, and they're going to keep on pretending like they're right. They know they're not right, but by the same token, we're not always right either. We get mad and we say things that you shouldn't say. We let them get our goat. You know, once they find out whether your goat is tied, that's where they go. For me, they went after my family. They went after my wife. They went after my kids, my nephews, whatever. They attacked my family, and they can say all they want about me. They call me every vile thing in the book, man. They lie, and they're always producing these witnesses. There's no witnesses. They just lie. And I don't care. But where I got hurt was by the people, my friends and my family, they were attacking. And then I have to fight. You have to pick up the sword and fight, you know? And I'm like, dude, I don't want to be a warrior right now. I don't. I want to be a statesman. I don't want to fight. I'm almost 50. I'll be 50 in a week. I don't need this crap in my life. I work all the time. I don't have time in my life for this. Even though I'm up for 19 hours a day, I use that time as wisely as I can. I don't sit there and binge watch soap operas. I don't have time for that. I don't. I eat on the go most of the time. I'm just constantly moving. I'm constantly doing things. And I have a ranch. I have a family. I have a bunch of animals I got to take care of. I got 20 something people that depend on me, almost 30. You know, I have a bunch of business partners and things I got to deal with. I got a real estate thing, you know, I don't have time for this crap. I'm trying to finish this book. I keep redoing some of it because I'm not happy with it. You know, and everything that we're doing, I'm just a very busy person, and I don't have time for this crap. And these people, they're childish. They're very, very childish because they live like children. This guy lives with his mommy and his sister. So I don't know the whole dynamics. I don't know. I don't care. I know he lives with his mom, but he lives in his mom's house, and he is like almost my age. I think he's younger than me, but he looks terrible. He looks way older. That evil will age you like that. And, you know, he does what he does, and he doesn't work. He lives off the system. He's a sponge off of the system. And he does this all day long. He just trolls. He sleeps for, I think, you know, probably 12 to 16 hours a day. There was a guy named Jeff that used to know him that told me he passed away. But that guy told me, he says, that dude sleeps all day. Like he wakes up at night, and then he just rolls out of bed, and then he goes to sleep when the sun comes up. So he sleeps like a vampire. That's what this guy told me. I don't know if it's true. It would appear that me and Abe have talked about his sleep schedule. Obviously, it's kind of like that. And then all day long or all night, whatever, he's just trolling and pumping out crap to fight with us. Now, who does that? Because if I had the luxury of getting paid and not having to work, you better believe I would have at least two or three different things going on. You know, I would be doing something, and it wouldn't be trolling people. And it's laughable when he tries to say that we're trolling them, because I know damn well I don't have time to sit there and troll these people. All of my hours of the day are eat up by things that I got to do. My business partner is not in good health. I got to help him. I got to do all kinds of stuff for a million different people, a million different organizations, a million different clients. We have 90 something clients, right? And a lot of it's patrol stuff, you know, and we got standing accounts. We got alarm accounts. We have a million different things going on. I have a million different meetings I have to be in. You know, there's too much going on. I don't have time for this crap. And see, here I am talking about it on Abe's show. And I didn't even plan this. It was just like I turned on Abe's show, and Abe is upset. He's frustrated, and he's venting about this. And it makes me so angry, so aggravated that I have to say something, interject. And it's so frustrating for me that we have to sit here and deal with it. And I don't know, man. I just, you know, I'm at my wit's end with these people. You know, they obviously they're going to be judged one way or the other. They will be judged, and they will be handled, you know. And I wouldn't trade my walk or anything in my life for any one of these people, for all the money in the world. If you came to me and you said, Wolf, we're going to give you $20 trillion, whatever, I wouldn't walk 1 minute in their lives, because I wouldn't want to die as them, because that would be the most horrific thing that you could ever, because you know exactly what's going to happen. And I'm giving you people that are doing these sick things that you're doing to us. You're going to pay an ultimate price. And this isn't a threat. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you the truth of what's going to happen to you when you pass. And it's going to be horrible. It's going to be so horrible. I can't even imagine the pain that you're going to suffer, because we are told what happens when you do the reprobate things that you do. And I know what they're going to do. They're going to just ignore my words. They're going to ignore everything I say, and they're going to just spout off a bunch of crazy nonsense and threats and whatever. And they're going to keep on down that path because, like you said earlier in the show, Abe, I heard you say these people want to keep doing what they do, just living like whatever. They don't realize we're toward the end here, folks. We're toward the end. It may not be the end of the world, but it's an end of an age. And when Jesus comes, he's going to reestablish the kingdom of Jerusalem. It's going to be the correct way. And these people will not be a part of it.
They will not be able to hide even underneath rocks and caves. They'll be found.
No. We will get peace one way or the other. So
I'm glad you came on. I'm glad you came on, Wolf, because it's again, you're motivating me to get on your show, and I'm just speaking for myself, but you're bringing a lot of knowledge to people, and through your experiences, and that helps a lot of people, and a lot of people listening to the show, or they might get. You're planting seeds. You're planting seeds. Into people, and you may not know this, but you may be changing people's whole perceptions of things. For example, you're giving me like you're talking about your weight training and that sort of thing, and I've been seeing that lifting weights, weightlifting, light weights or whatever, is very, very healthy, for someone. So, I'm just, I'm just bringing that up as an example, but, you're bringing in a lot of knowledge, tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. What it does, it lowers your blood pressure. It lowers your blood sugar, folks. If you have diabetes, it increases insulin sensitivity, not just in the muscles, but in the organs too. They used to think it was just like, oh, it's just a muscle reaction. No, it's not. And it pumps growth hormone into your body. And when you hit large muscle groups like the chest, back, and legs, it helps your overall health. And everything you do, everything you take into your body turns it into fuel. It can work against you or it can work for you. And do not eat junk like McDonald's. Don't eat Burger King. Don't eat any of this. Every time you eat a fast food cheeseburger, you're eating 1,000 different cows. All it takes is one of them to have CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. People who eat a lot of beef, they're finding out that there's a correlation between dementia. And I'm telling you, here in the West, they don't realize this. But these are prions that eat holes in your brain. It's called kuru in these non-Western countries, like in Africa and in Papua New Guinea, all these places where they were eating the bodies of their ancestors. Yeah. And they learned that these people were dying 7-8 years down the road. They can't stand, they're shaking, they can't walk. And now we know what that is. It's Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD. It's called mad cow. And even if you handle dog food, folks, because they love to grind up all these parts into the dog and cat food, and people think that their pets are dying of cancer, they're having strokes, whatever. It's these prions because they're feeding them the spinal cord and the brains and things where the CJD is found. And the dogs and cats will eat this, especially dried dog food, and you get that dust on you. You get that on your hands. You cannot wash it off. It takes like over 1,000 degrees to kill these prions. So you can't just wash it off with soap and water. So it has to be worn off. And so when you handle dog food or cat food, use gloves. Take the gloves, those rubber gloves, throw them in the trash. I mean, I'm telling you, it sucks. But I do these things because you don't know. And now we're finding out that a lot of cancers and things like that come from parasites. So I eat a lot of things that kill parasites. Garlic. I eat tons and tons of cayenne. I eat a lot of turmeric and a lot of curry. Curry is one of my favorite spices, but it is really the cumin in it, that is the component that's very potent. And so you have all these things that can cure diabetes, high blood pressure. My blood pressure a lot of it comes from my anger, my anxiety. I get so, wrapped up into this, the emotions that I invest in my day-to-day life. I've had to slow down, calm down. I get frustrated with people, that just do these horrible, bad things all the time. Not just these maniacs, but just in my day-to-day life, there's people that do awful, bad things. And I can't watch the news. It just makes me so angry. I can read it. I can't look at it. And so you're sitting there in your day-to-day life and you have the cure for just about everything at your fingertips, but we don't do it. And people become very, very unhealthy. And I'm telling you, one of the healthiest things you can do and one of the best ways to end up living a longer life is to lift weights. It is truly the fountain of youth. And I'm telling you that right now. I'm almost 50 years old and I don't look my age. Anybody can look at the show. You can see it. I mean, I should be aged incredibly for all the stress that I go through, but I know how to supplement and I know how to work out. And I know, Abe, you lift weights too. I see you all the time. He calls it getting it done daily. And so Abe and I both have a lot of very good habits that we try to teach people. So what happens? The baboons come and they act a fool and they throw poop at us because they're fools. They're fools in every sense of that word. Don't let them lead you astray, folks. They are leading people astray. And like Scott said, wide is the mouth to hell. Very wide, very narrow is the path to God. It's discipline. It takes a lot of discipline.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it was
appreciate that. I've been doing that too, taking garlic and turmeric, and I'm learning on YouTube these channels that are bringing a lot of natural remedies and different stuff like that, and that's I've noticed that I'm fighting a lot of internal things too, and just like you said, these prion and all these parasites and different stuff, they could be dropping all this from chemtrails too. So, you're ingesting all these things, they're airborne, through the fog and all that stuff back east a lot. And there's, the battle's on. The battle is, it's on, baby. It's on.
If you have diabetes, one of the best things you can do is eat cinnamon. Eat raw, real ground cinnamon, organic, if you can get it. It's the best because it has really helped. I eat cinnamon all the time. It helps lower your blood sugar. I keep my blood sugar down. I keep my blood pressure down. Different things you can do that'll help your body, because a healthy body contributes to the healthy mind, contributes to a healthy spirit, and vice versa, top to bottom.
Yep, it's true.
Yeah,
true.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I was a semi-pro table tennis player, and I had to give it up. I had a hip transplant and so forth. But I went to the doctor one time, and he was taking my pulse. He couldn't read my pulse. It was like in the high 20s. And
oh, wow.
'cause I used to train like crazy, man. I was like Bjorn Borg. I mean, I had such low blood pressure that this guy was going like, he had to put that thing on like several times, and he's going like, "Are you alive?" And I was like 21 at that time, and I was, my whole life I lived overseas, and I got into that sport. It was either kung fu, which I saw Bruce Lee, by the way, in Hong Kong when I lived over there. But anyways, it's another story. But I trained. I was like a sports nut, and I trained, crazily. And I mean, it was my life. But yeah, as I got older now, I think back of that, and you're bringing stuff up about, it is, lifting, light weights, especially women. My ex-wife, she lost 70 pounds with a weight trainer, and she was eating regular but lifting light weights. She went, she lost 70 pounds. She was in, 'cause a lot of women, they gain weight when they have children, and the guy wanted to get her on one of those muscle magazines, before and after kind of thing, and she denied that. But, she lifted just light weights with a trainer, because she went there and paid the guy, X amount of dollars, it was under $1,000 or whatever, but it's well worth it to get a trainer, to push you and to make you go to these gyms to show up. And believe me, she told me this, and she kept all that weight off. And that's what happens. You get older, you put on this weight, like who's going to take it off? So
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to run. Scott, it was good meeting you. It was good talking to you. Hey, keep doing what you do.
Appreciate it, brother, coming on.
Yeah. If you guys want to jump on with me tomorrow, I'll throw the link up there.
All right, that's
we didn't
fine.
get to do our call-in show on Monday, so Scott, we'll be on tomorrow night, 8:00.
All right.
And so if you guys want to jump on tomorrow, feel free, and I'd love to have you retell your story on our platform, Abe.
All right.
So is that what? Is that Wednesday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll come on tomorrow night.
Yeah. Normally when something happens, I make a video or something because now I'm getting older, and while it's fresh, I have to put it out there, man, because it's like when you try to retell a story, when you encountered it originally, give it like 2 or 3 years later down the road, it's going to change some because you're going to forget things if you get older. Yeah. So that's why I shared it right off the bat. I could always go to that video and play the story, of what happened. But now that I'm getting a lot older, it can forget very easily. But no, I don't think I can forget this one. The way she was looking at me, but yeah, I'll share it tomorrow. She was looking at me like a bruja, like a lechuza, man. The way she was looking at me, I could say maybe like a vulture or sea witch. Because this won't be like I don't know, but she was looking at me real ugly, man. And I was not trying to do nothing to her physically, but if she tried to come at me physically, I would have had to block her shots. But there was the other person that was behind me that was affiliated with her, because she kept on looking at him, telling him, let's get him now. I mean, maybe, either she was a bruja, but to me, she was something like that, or something might have transferred into him. All I know is when I rebuked him in Jesus Christ's name, I seen black, like as in disembodied form, black, kind of like when I see, the video where you see something running beside me, this dark energy. Well, that's what I seen, when I rebuked in Jesus Christ's name, something black moved where the luggage is, along the sides, forward towards the plane. And I kept on praying and rebuking them in Jesus Christ. Next thing you know, she's sitting down and she's looking the opposite way, but she never got back up. But she was talking a different language. I know she was trying to do something bad towards me, and I guess she was summoning something because it was banging underneath my seat, like bah, bah, bah. But yeah, I'll share it. I'll share it. If you want me to, I'll share it with the people of PRT.
For sure.
Just to say thank you, man, for jumping on. It was a pretty good show. Dirty Ike, you know, you were making fun of me earlier that I don't have the numbers and all this. Hey, at least my show is original. It's real viewership,
Yeah,
real
real
number,
numbers.
real likes. It's not the fake subscribers and likes that you got. So I
He
got to
gets
say
he gets
about
likes
that.
and subscribes at the beginning of the month when he gets his
When he
it's
gets his
so
little check,
crazy. Yeah, he
yeah.
gets his check and he goes, and then all of a sudden, I got 10,000 subs, 10,000 likes, 10,000 whatever comment, whatever it is. He buys the views. He gets 10,000 views
Mhm.
on a show, you know. And I didn't even pay attention. Somebody pointed that out to me. And a lot of people the only viewing he gets really are people that are watching him to see what he's doing, you know, and what kind of nefarious crap he's up to. And I
Or
told
his
people, I
fake
said,
profiles because I seen that. I think I had played something where he was talking to some people, but it was the other fake profiles.
"Oh yeah, he
That,
talks to himself for
yeah.
sure," you know. And I've told people, I've told my listeners, I said, don't go over there, don't give him views, don't breathe life into that monster, just let it go, because I don't even want to know what he does anymore. I don't care. I really don't. That's the part that just really, you know, it's just irritating. Is like I try to just live my life every day, and every day I have to be reminded that these people exist, you know. And it's like, well, to hell with them, because literally that's what's going to happen. To hell with them. I mean, I don't care. You know, I don't care. Let them do and spin and say whatever. They're not going to stop us. They're not going to do anything to any of us.
Yeah, he's not gonna do nothing. Uh, yeah, I just like, just leave us alone and let us do our thing. And he continues uh, to come at us in a negative way, you know. But that's how it is, man. When you're dealing with witches, warlocks, and evil people, people that already sold their soul, or they're just following the orders that is given to them by the demons that might be upon them or what they worship. So they're just following the orders. He knows who I am. That's why he dislikes me so much. He knows who I represent. That's why he comes at me in a negative. And I guess he gets even mad because I do my life. It's at nighttime, in their time frame when they're supposed to be worshiping what they worship. I'm talking about Jesus Christ in the time frame, so they get pissed off. You know, I'm just following my spiritual orders, what to do, and as to awaken my brothers and sisters in Christ, and like Brother Joshua was saying earlier, always maintain a heavenly love foundation. That's the
Mhm.
key.
Very important. You know, Bounty had something here that they said. They said in the chat, low sleep, low pulse, usually low body temperature. A lot of different small differences. That's true. Bounty, I actually do run lower. When they check my temperature, it's always a couple degrees lower than normal. How did you know that? Because that's weird. Because yeah, my body temperature is typically lower. My pulse is lower, and I have you know, that's crazy. I don't sleep a lot, but I do have high blood pressure. You know, and it's cortisol levels, stress, things like that. My doctor just keeps telling me, you know, lower the stress, and I'm doing everything I can to get it lower to try to do, you know. But I got a lot of things to do. You
To
know, I can't.
lower the stress, we just got to stump on the roach.
Yeah, I mean that is a stress, you know. But I can't invest emotionally into it too much, you know. I just see what they say. It goes into PRT news, and I just
Yeah,
laugh. Most of the time, I just laugh because it's so damn ridiculous. But I hate to turn on the YouTube and see you, you know, them upsetting you, you know, and it just makes me so damn mad because here I just wanted to relax before I had to go jump on and do the patrols or whatever, and Anthony's still out there doing it, you know, and you know, I just wanted to, I had to take it easy. There was a police thing going on, so I had to, you know, talk to them or whatever.
yeah.
But
It's just Sarn Seals was mad, man, because
yeah, I know, and
you know, it's like I
aggravating.
know that he's never going to man up, so you know, I just need to stay calm and relax and just continue to do what I'm doing. You know, not give them any more time and just ignore them or whatever. You know, but yeah, they're always going to continue. You know, I had messages where they sent me through Messenger with fake accounts, you know, trying to make fun of me and stuff like that. Uh, I don't know, man, but I ain't worried about the guy. So he ain't worried about him. He would have tried to come at me in a physical way because he'll be handled real quick. But I just like I do have to maintain my love on that. I just came from a spiritual battle up in the skies. This which was using the elements of the clouds and the sky. The I guess because it was raining lightning and stuff like that. She was trying to use those elements, whatever she's trying to do, and she kept on looking at me, telling the guy that was there beside her, oh, across behind me, let's get him now. I've heard that before. When I go investigate, they say, let's get him now. So I do what I do. Jesus Christ, we're the Heavenly Love Foundation. They know. That's why she kept on looking at me real ugly. They know that I work with the Heavenly Love Foundation. That's why they're trying to dispose of me, but they couldn't. But I'm still here. Thank you. I always thank the Heavenly Father for giving me the wisdom and knowledge to be able to overcome. It's like it's an automatic thing. You know what to do at that time when you're in a situation. Automatic. You don't have to think about it. Said I've been biting spiritually since I was 3 years old, and I'm 55.
Yeah, that's probably correct. I mean, you were taken by that bruja, when you were a child, and she knew what she was doing, and so she used you and used the eye, the ojo. So
that's what I try to tell Michael, but he can get it to his head is that he's messing with the wrong person. You try to come at spiritually, you're going to lose. You try to come at me physically, you're going to lose also. So, the only thing I've been trying to do is trying to awaken people spiritually. And he was one of the persons that I was trying to awaken spiritually.
Yeah, you tried. Everybody, so did Jerry and Ella Williams. Jerry's full-blooded Choctaw. And if you want to really know the mind of Mike, then all you got to do is look at the way that he cried and cried and cried, lying, saying that I insulted his native heritage. I'm more native than he is, by the way. And he's over here saying that I insulted his native heritage, that I called him an Injun, which I don't even know what that. That's so stupid.
He got that off a cartoon, man.
Yeah, Injun, said it was a racial slur. While he's crying about that, he's at the same time, he's insulting Jerry Williams, who's a full-blooded Choctaw tracker, and calling him all kinds of names and every awful thing he could talk about. Yeah, you and the spider and all. He was making fun of him on a video. I watched this clip of him insulting Jerry Williams and his Choctaw beliefs. At the same time, he's crying and saying that I'm attacking his native beliefs. Mike, you are not, and I repeat to everyone listening, he is not a native. I promise you, if this man got a blood test, he would not be more than 164th, which is sad. And that's a shame that the state of Oklahoma and the Cherokee Nation allow this man to go around calling himself a Cherokee. I don't understand it. I'm not even going to try to understand it. It's a shame. And if I had more money and didn't have so many projects going, I would put a bunch of money into trying to change that. I would. I absolutely would. Mike, you better hope I never win the lottery, because I would take a ton of that money to make changes to things in this country, to help people that really need the help and move money to where it's supposed to go, and not to people like him who sponge off of the government, who pretend to be disabled. There has to be an agency or somebody that can look into this guy and go, you see the proof right there of him running around out in the woods every night.
Yep.
He's always boots on the ground and talking about how he's doing all this physical stuff. Now he's breathing really hard because he's fat and out of shape. But if you see it though, he's doing it and he's getting disability. How can you be on disability if you're out there running around in the woods like that? I just don't understand it. And he gets benefits for that and for supposedly being native when he's not. He clearly is not a native. You can look at him and tell. And if he is, it's a very, very, very low amount of. I would pay Mike. I'm telling you right now. I know you're listening. You're a stalker. You don't sleep at night. So I'm going to tell you this, Mike. I will pay for you to have a blood test. Go get the blood test. I want to see if what's your percentage of your blood is. If it's more than 1/64th, I'll shut up. I will absolutely shut up about your native whatever, and I'll let you have that booger card. And I mean, I can't control it anyway. But you know, I won't say another word about it. But I know damn well that he's not a native. I can tell you that he's just sponging off the government, and that's why that those provisions were put into that bill. You know, that these people are lying about what it is. You know. But I can tell you this, I've read it, you know, and I know because I have some relatives that need disability. I do what I can. My uncle, you know, he's real bad disabled, so I have to help him. But this is the situation here with this guy. You know, my uncle worked until a couple of years ago. He just worked and worked and worked, and he's like, you know, he's 70 years old, and I feel for him. My heart goes out to him, and he can't even walk anymore now. So, you know, you have to help your family. You have to help him. And here's a man completely able-bodied. He didn't serve in the armed forces. He was not a police officer. He did nothing. He has done nothing but be a blight on the earth, in my opinion. And in my opinion, he doesn't deserve anything. He needs to get off his fat ass and go work like everybody else. If I can do it, he can do it, man. Yep. I mean, my knee barely functions sometimes. I have so many injuries. I've had gout over and over again since I had the Omicron. And I have been debilitating injuries. I mean, things that I have fused vertebrae in my back. I have, you know, I'm sure that the concussion, and I've had a couple of them, you know, pretty bad, have taken part of my, you know, and I have all kinds of injuries and pain. And I power through it. I suffer through it. And this guy, he's out there running around in the woods pretending like Bigfoot's trying to grab his ass or whatever he's doing with it. And then he's claiming that he's disabled. I mean, and what is this? What is wrong? This system is broken, dude. It is so broken. It's so wrong. My mother couldn't even get disability till the last couple years of her life when she was practically immobile, and I had to pay for everything. I had to support her. I had to take care of her. I paid her mortgage. And then when she sold the house, I didn't get a dime out of it. She went and she got an apartment down in Houston where my sister was supposed to help her. She didn't. I had to pay for everything. Everything. I worked and worked to support multiple family members inside and outside of my house to help. I had a cousin who has Asperger's. I helped him. I mean, I can't, the list goes on and on of the people I've had to work my life. I've had to work and take care of it. When the housing bubble burst, that same sister that wouldn't lift a finger to help my mother, I bailed them out. I gave them tens of thousands of dollars to get out of that house. I told them not to buy it in the first place. And I just lost money hand over fist. I had about $80,000 saved up at that time. I bailed out my cousins, my friends, my siblings. And I went broke, and I just had to put my nose down, and I had to work, and I had to work, and I had to work. These same people that you help will sit there and just, you know, barely work 40 hours and complain about being tired while you're working on post 72 hours straight. And, you know, you're billing your clients and you're just trying to chase down money while you're trying to work. For 3 years, I had 4 days off for an entire 3-year stretch. I only had 4 days off. That's pretty incredible. And when you look at 2006, 2007, 2008, and I had 4 days off. And I built my business at that time. And I bailed out a bunch of people when the housing bubble burst, even though I told them, do not do this. Do not. I looked at these contracts. I said, there is a balloon payment there. This thing is going to quadruple. Do not do this. They still did it. And then when I had a chance to buy into a bunch of gold, my dad was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Because my stepmom talked him out of it, and I just was like, man. And he admits it. Like, we talked about it just a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, man, I wish I would have listened. We'd be practically millionaires right now. I mean, it would be worth, like, I think almost $1 million.
Wow.
Hey,
and I told him,
I'm gonna sign off, you guys. You know, Wolf, Jesus trusts you, man. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, what you're witnessing, just think about that. But anyways, I appreciate your offer. And Abe, thanks for the show. I'm going to sign off. I'm getting tired here. So,
Good night, brother.
you know, bless both you guys and everybody on the channel here that's been listening. You know, have a good night. And, you know, just keep Jesus in your mind and pray. That's all we can do right now. So I'm going to sign off. Later, guys.
Yeah, Scott, nice to meet you, man.
Later.
Come on tomorrow if you want.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. So, Abe, I'm going to run too. I got to get going here, and you know, it's been real, but you know, it's like guys like us, we prop up the country and we get attacked. You know, it's a shame. It's just this country was built by guys like us. It really was, and then guys like that, they hid. You know, when you know the wars came, they ran and hid. That's the kind of he's a cowardly man. He is that. If you had to sum him up in one word, above all else, I would say cowardly, because he's a very cowardly individual. Very cowardly. I will say that in my opinion, Ike, I think you're a very big coward. I know that you would never face somebody like me or Abe. I know you wouldn't, no matter what. Even if you had a weapon in your hand, you'd run, because you're a cowardly man. You've never had to really fight anybody. Mike, you make fun of me when I talk about fighting. Dude, you have no idea. I have a reputation down here, man. I was a coach and I was in MMA. And dude, there are guys that would not step in a ring to spar me, Mike. I promise you. You have no idea. There was one guy in particular, I'm not even going to say his name, but I ended his career. He would not stop with me. He kept on and kept on and kept on. He was a young guy, young black guy. He just kept on. And I got in the ring with this dude. I sparred him at Rock Gym. And I hit that guy and I lacerated his kidney. And everybody tried to say I did it on purpose. I was just angry and I hit him as hard as I could, because the guy threw a glove and hit me in the face while I was drinking my coffee. And he kept on messing with me. And he kept telling these, I don't know why you brothers are scared of that white boy. Why you scared of that white boy? Blah, blah, blah. He just kept on. He would not stop. And then finally the day came. I said, you want to fight? I said, let's do this. And I put on, like, you know, these small 6-ounce gloves. And I said, take these gloves, but don't put those big ones on. I said, and you can you wear what you want, but I'm wearing these leather straps. Let's do it. And dude, I punished that dude. You know, and that guy, he's just one of a long list of people who fucked around and found out. You know, not proud of it. I'm not proud of the things that I've done. I'm not. I don't brag. I'm just being completely and brutally honest. And I know that he's a coward. I know that he would never, ever set foot off of his property without a gun right there at his hip, because he's a coward. He is an absolute, total loser coward. In my humble opinion, that's what he is.
A coward and lesser than a man, because he goes after women, mess with women.
He uses them. Yeah, he weaponizes it. Yeah. Yeah. But prayers for Jesse and prayers for you, brother. And I'll see you tomorrow night on the show, folks. I'll see you, Abe, tomorrow night, you know, and we'll chop it up tomorrow. And don't worry, we got lots of mods and everything. The roaches won't get in. They'll try, but they won't get in. They'll just get squashed, you know, like the bugs that they are.
Sounds good.
So, all right, I'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Good night. Well, brothers and sisters, thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. We did a 5-hour show, 23 minutes. Is there any questions that anybody would like to ask me before I go? You're more than welcome. Yes, earlier, you know, it's not that I'm just tired of them coming at me and saying things about me. You know, I'm the type of guy that if somebody got a problem with me, we settle it. Either we talk about it or settle it one way or the other. That's how I used to be. I've always been that way. So yeah, I get pissed off with this guy because I know he's not going to do nothing. He just keeps on doing the same old things that he's doing, you know, but eventually, you know, whatever's coming his way is going to come his way. So I'm going to leave it to the Heavenly Father, and I'm going to continue to maintain my Heavenly Love Foundation like I always do. But I do want to say thank you to all the viewers that showed up here, all the people that hit the like button. I really appreciate y'all. If you liked what we talked about here, this is where about. Normally, cousin Jesse is with me, but he had a stroke. He's in the hospital, so we're going to continue to keep him in prayer. If you're listening to this, cousin Jesse, everybody loves you. We miss you. Uh, don't worry about the show. Just worry about what you got to do to get back in power physically. I know Jesus Christ is with you, and He's going to give you the strength to recuperate from what you went through. And like I said before, everything happens for a reason. I believe that uh, the the government might intervene and help you also money wise because of the condition that you have. I know that you most likely will get a check. Normally, when people have something wrong with the hearts or strokes in that manner, they automatically get help, a spiritual help money wise. So, in which I believe that that's what's going to happen. Like I said before, everything happens for a reason. But in saying that, yes, yeah, I've done the shows, but it hasn't been the same. Even though I can do a show by myself, uh, you know, it's when I have a cousin Jesse on, he always jokes around and people will be laughing and stuff like that. But yes, he's I know that he's gonna get stronger and he's gonna get better. Especially staying away from the sugars. That he's gonna be a whole different person. And we're gonna continue to keep him in prayer. And I know that he'll get stronger because he's a strong person, strong-minded person. He's always had some kind of strength and mind strength to overcome anything. So I know that the Heavenly Father has got a higher purpose for him, and He's going to use him as an example, walking instrument of that you can be healed, and I believe that's what He's going to do. Uh, let me see some of the comments here. Thank you, Brother Wolf, Josh Turner, all the viewers, all the people in the chat. I can't wait to share the story tomorrow, Brother Josh Turner, because there was some incidents that happened after. Not when I was in Minnesota, but when I came back home, certain things were happening. So I'm looking forward to sharing the story of what happened to me up in the air when I was traveling in it. And what was it called? Alaska. I can't remember the name right now on top of my head of the airline. I think it was Alaskan Airlines. Can't remember. But thank you, everybody. Yes, I know you can do it. Sometimes you have to give people the space, right? The space. You can't when somebody's going through something, you can't baby them, right? Because when you baby them, it makes them feel different because of the situation they're going through. So by not babying them, they get the inner strength to say to themselves, I'm gonna get better than the situation I'm in right now. Even though they have to let go of certain things, you gotta give them their space so they can heal. And that's what I'm doing, is giving them the space. Uh, I know he's a warrior from within, and that he'll overcome what he's going through, all through Jesus Christ. In saying that, brothers and sisters, good night. God bless every single one of y'all. Love, light, and blessings to you and your families. And as like I say always maintain a heavenly love foundation, no matter what the situation is. And in my case, I have to be that way, even though people come at me in a negative way. I'm going to leave that up to the Heavenly Father to handle that situation. And for me, uh, I hadn't worked out today because they had done an INR in my arm. So since I'm on certain medicines that makes my blood thinners, I have to wait for it to completely heal, so I'm able to hit the weights again. In saying that, let me see. Yeah, well, we can keep them in prayer, and you can. You miss them, you love them. Yeah, that's that right there. Is the love, and when you keep them in prayer, the Heavenly Father is His prayer, and we're just going to give them the strength to be able to get better, in which you'll see a positive change in his healing process. Saying that, this is Brother Abe CS, Soran CS signing off from Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Good night, everybody, and God bless every single one of y'all. Amen, Sister Bonnie.